I said I would keep the mustache until Top Gun Maverick crossed $1 billion. And it did. You're welcome. Then I said I would keep the mustache until Top Gun Maverick came out on video. It's next week. I'll be okay. I'm trying. It smells better in here.
You are watching the Vodka stream.
What's happening, everybody? Oh, it's cold in here. Jeez, somebody kick on the heat. My God, my upper lip is freezing. What's happening, everybody? Welcome to Vodka Stream. What's up? What's going on, everybody? It's Friday. Yes. Had to happen. I was good and tired of it. I told you guys. I tried to wait all the way to Tuesday, but I was like, no, couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. So then today, the mustache is now gone. It is now no longer exists on the face. Doesn't mean it can't come back. Doesn't mean it can't come back. It's fine. It's fine. You know, it was a good run. It was a good run. We had a good relationship going for almost 3 months, but you know, we decided to see other people. Well, the mustache decided to see other people. I'm going to see other hair. I don't even know where I'm going with that. Anyways, guys, what's happening? Cheers, everybody. Friday. Cheers. Anyways, okay. I know it's gonna take a little bit of adjusting. I know my baby face, is back to the baby face. So what can you do? All right, what's going on, Ryan? We got Miss Nighthawk, Steph here. How you doing? Good to see you. Selena, what's happening? Tony Movie Chappie, D9 Neil Blomkamp fan. Hey Dave, never going to believe this, but I was going on a plane on a visit to Canada with my mom and sister, and then as the plane is about to go off, it catches fire. Oh, well, that's scary. Holy crap. Follow up. So we had to get off the plane and they dropped us off at the airport, and we supposedly are getting another plane to go. We just don't know when. I don't know if I want to go on a plane after that. So sorry. That's the surprise. If you're, hopefully I didn't I said it was a little surprise. That's all. So hopefully you're not disappointed there, Brian. So yeah, we'll see what. Okay, what's going on, Stephanie T? We got Mr. Feared Jason. What's happening? Everybody's saying we got Rerum here. We got Rhea. What is up? What is up? Ted Lasso is fucking great. I hear it is. It's on the list. Definitely on the list. Shady McRae. What is happening, sir? All right, who else we got here? I know it could always grow back when it gets wintertime, maybe. So, but yes. Rest in peace, Stash. So there you go. Yeah, it's gone. Yeah, I no longer look like my dad. So, yes, will be missed. But yeah, he was getting tired. Got tired of it. What's going on, Mr. Ping Pong? Chris Wong Swinson, what is up, sir? Good to see you, buddy. What was that witchcraft, right? It just sneezed and it came off. Sometimes you get a violent sneeze and it just mustaches, fly off. Dave quit early. Never. What's going on, Mr. Phil? Good to see you. And hey, Jason McRae, what is up? Not McRae. Sorry, I was thinking Jason McKenzie. What's going on? Rest in peace, Stash, for the pirate ship. Well, cheers, sir. Thank you. Thank you for the $70 super chat. You were awesome keeping this pirate ship going. You're awesome. It was great talking to you on the Patreon. So, yep, no Stash. You missed the opening where it magically disappeared. Dave had to cute the mustache loose. There you go. What's going on, Carrie? Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Let's see what else we got. Who else we got? Abel, what up? Are you gonna go see No Way Home again? I don't know if I'm gonna go. I don't think so. I'll wait. I'll wait for it. I'll wait for the extra 11 minutes. I don't need to pay another ticket to go see that. I mean, I'm not about that. I'm not about that. I don't know. We'll see. What's going on, Brendan? Let's drink. You're a shalakazoo. Wintertime in California. I was like, oh yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much what it is. What's going on, Tyler? Good to see you. Wonder Woman is on TNT. Fantastic, Jonathan. I'd rather just fire it up on something that didn't have commercials. Damn commercials. Did you see Bodies? No, I did not. I'll wait on that one. I saw Beast, though, and I really enjoyed Beast. I didn't think I thought it was just going to be like, all right, well, we'll see what happens. But I actually enjoyed it a lot more than I thought. So, hello, Adam. How you doing? Have you seen the Ayer cut count today? Apparently, they've gotten some Ayer cut storyboards. Yeah, I was seeing something about that, but I didn't hear anything about a campaign or anything. But I was seeing stuff that was like being thrown around. I don't know. But have you seen Beast? You haven't seen Beast yet, Jacob. No, I appreciate it there. Tet, always good to see you. Let's talk some DC. Yeah, we're going to talk some DC. It's no guests tonight. We'll just get the panel. We'll get panel people in here. Have some conversations, I'll start getting guests back again. I just kind of took a little break from that. So sometimes it's just like, let's just shoot the shit. What did I just do right now? Oops, not that. I don't need that. So, but we'll get some, let's start getting some guests back in here too. But I like just kind of shooting the shit sometimes, All right. Speaking of, let me start sending out the invites here. Okay. Boop. All right. Invites being set off. Baby cap. Dave, do you think Casey knows that he's hot, he's that hot? Of course he does. Sorry, there's like a gnat in here. Why do you think I bring him on the stream? Got to get some kind of eye candy in here. I mean, my God, something. Can't just be me. Okay. Anyways. All right. Sending out some invites. Boop. All right. There we go. Let's see. I think that's pretty much all the invites. I don't think I was sending them out to anybody else. Let's see. Nope, I think we're good. All right. That should be good. Okay. See who shows up. See who shows up. Cheers. All right. What are we talking about here, huh? Let's see. Please tell me that's Christian rock reference. Okay. I kind of don't want to see Beast. Yeah. So don't give me shit. It's a good movie. You'd be surprised by it. Let's see. Dave, I sent you a tweet today. Did you? I'll have to double check. Do what she said. Rhea says, smash that like thumbs up. Do all that. Dave, is WBD really using Snyderverse timeline? Can you confirm? No, can't confirm, but I don't know if they're not exactly using the timeline. We don't know exactly what they're doing. I mean, when it comes to Black Adam and even Shazam, it's like, where does that take place in there? But they did use, shots from Justice League. Of course, some people are arguing that it was not Zack Snyder's Justice League because of the color palette, but I did the right one, right? Yes. Okay. Making sure. Okay. Oh, you know what? I forgot to send somebody else. Hold on. Where are... There we go. Okay. So, Mustache is gone. That's right. It crawled away. Just went... Like, what? Okay. Would John Kemp ever be a guest? Could be. I mean, I don't know how Lady stays up. Do you like to drink? I don't know. Veronica Cordingstone. That's Veronica Cordingstone's here. Don't I have a drop for something? I don't know. I can't find it. Where are you at? Shit. There it is.
Oh, great Odin's Raven.
There you go. Hi, Veronica. I'll ship you a bottle of whiskey if you send me an invite. What kind of whiskey is it? It didn't look good to me. Yeah, well, it surprised you. It pretty much would surprise you. It would surprise you. It surprised me a little bit because I was like, all right, we'll be all right. We'll see what happens. When people were seeing Beast, I thought it was the X-Men character. Of course you did. Well, there you go. See how that works? No, I'm not really into all that stuff. I just never got into anime. Just never really got into anime. So HBO Max really gave Sesame Street its pink slip. Yep. Kids don't watch that shit nowadays, man. That's the thing. We got to realize. You got to get with the times. I'm surprised it lasted that long, to be honest. Sesame Street's been around for decades. It's just like, I can't even I mean, when people cannot be shocked by some of this stuff. I mean, they are crunching the numbers. They are seeing what people are watching. And then there you go. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, we got to just kind of go, all right. It's always funny. They canceled that. Well, were you watching it? No. Well, then there you go. Saying Sergeant Pepper didn't come out to play, right? Did the Flash movie test screen again? Do you think the movie will be a hit? I don't know. I keep hearing good things about the test screenings. That's the thing. I mean, and these test audience, I would say probably like a very small version, it's merely a small portion of the test audience know about the drama that is happening with Ezra. So that's where I wouldn't be surprised. Like they're enjoying it. They're not even thinking of it like that. So, wow, that's pretty cool. Sorry, I just saw something on my timeline. I'm gonna probably have to pull up right here. Join the stream. Let's see. Let me get that tweet ready, and I'll answer some more stuff before first contestant to the Vodka stream shows up. How about the whole movie of the zombie tiger? About a whole movie. Yeah, that'd be pretty sweet. Let's do it. What was the tiger's name again? I'm totally drawing a blank. If Zach directed a Dragon's Ball movie you'd watch, I mean, sure. If Christopher Nolan directed one, if Quentin Tarantino, which Quentin Tarantino kind of did, there's a portion of Kill Bill that's kind of anime-like. So I don't know what you're trying to say here. Yes, if one of my all-time favorite directors were to direct an anime, yes, I'd watch. David Fincher, yeah, I'd watch. Put Sesame Street in clips on YouTube Kids, and it would do gangbusters. Probably could. It's not complete. They're just removing. Yeah, so they're just removing just 200 episodes. I think I read that too. Let's see more. I haven't caught. I still have to finish up Sandman. Justice for Big Bird. Ass. Oh God, don't be one of those guys that calls him Asloff. Asloff. Jeez. Oh, you guys. Use guys. Again, I wouldn't have thought that the people who are turning on him were going to turn on him, and the people that are supporting him were supporting him. It kind of like total switcheroo when it came to that. Anyways, all right, we got let's see, we got the first little wow shit. Get out of here. Get out of here. All right, we got oops. No, don't do that, man. I'm trying to learn how to do StreamYard all over again. It feels like Jesus. But anyways, all right. So first person showing up is Mr. Chris Long Swenson. What is up?
What's up, Dave?
How you doing?
Aloha Friday.
Aloha Friday, dude. I was just as I went to set up the tweet, I just saw what your wife painted or she's painting.
Yeah, I didn't even know she was doing that. She was like, "Hey, check this out. What do you think?"
Yeah.
I was like, holy shit! It's Batman v Superman.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up right now and show everybody if you don't mind. Yeah, it was pretty awesome. I was like, "Whoa, that's cool." Let's see.
Yeah.
Let me share the screen right here. It's a work in progress, but man, look at that. That is quite beautiful right there. I didn't know.
It's amazing.
Yeah,
It's amazing. Like
She's
before
got
that,
talent.
she did. When my son was like 5, and he was like looking at Buzz Lightyear, and then I was like, "Oh, that's cute. Yeah, I'll get a painting for all the kids." And then all of a sudden, she's like, "I'm gonna work on Batman v Superman." Oh, cool.
There you go. Didn't she design some of your shirts too and stuff?
She did, yeah. She's in the phases.
Yeah.
She'll get shirts, then she'll do plants, and then she'll do painting, and she has different projects and getting into other stuff. So
That's cool.
It's cool.
What are you drinking tonight?
Manhattan. So
Nice.
I'm trying to get through this. The funny thing is that the cap here, my wife uses it to plug into the walls where we have tile wall outside. There's like these those holes. These were perfect for it.
Perfect. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. God, get some more use out of them. I like it. it. So how you been, man?
Been okay. Today was admissions day, so all the kids were home. So I'm like, I'm tired. I said, I'm gonna go on Vodka stream tonight and just drink something. She's like, go ahead.
Do it. Get away from the kids. Talk some nerdy shit. Have a drink.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
But man, you're no mustache, man. I was used to your mustache.
I know. When I did it. Okay, so I was like, all week I just kept going. It's bothering me, man. It was actually bothering me last weekend. It started becoming like, geez, man. I'm just like, I don't know, it was getting itchy, and then I was realizing I was like, man, I have to like kind of groom it a little bit more and everything. So it started becoming a hassle. And I'm like, it's almost been 3 months. I think it's time. And then I just kind of waited a little bit longer. And then today I was like, you know what? I'm going to just start off the weekend by freeing my face.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to be doing like a video this weekend I'm going to be working on. And I was like, you know what? I don't want to have the mustache for this video. I'm just going to like, do it before. Cause I was going to wait till maybe Monday, but then I was like, nah, I just was like free it today. But yeah, it feels nice. But yeah, it was a little like, whoa, my face is weird.
I know. Gotten used to that. And like Goose died today again. Goose. The
Mustache died. Oh,
Mustache died.
I was like, I almost made it because originally I was like, hey, I'm gonna keep the mustache until Top Gun Maverick reaches $1 billion. I'll help it make $1 billion, and it of course reached $1 billion with no problem. Yeah. And then I was like, all right, I'll keep it a little bit longer. I'll keep it till it's to the theater run. But I'm like, this movie is just not leaving theaters. When is it going to come out on video? Jesus, right. We're like in August here. We're in August. I mean, the movie came out at the end of May, and it's like, it's still going. And then finally it was like, all right, they announced Tuesday that it's coming out on digital download. So I went, all right, that's going to be it, I think. But it was a good run, but yeah, I just couldn't.
I was always envious when other people can grow mustaches and beards. I got that Asian blood. Anger,
oh yeah, you get that thin hair.
It never will.
Yeah, I mean, like I can't grow a beard. Probably, it's all thin right here. That's the Mexican part of me. My dad can't grow a beard either. My dad has a great mustache. He's had a mustache all his life, and I saw him last weekend too. And he even said like, hey, the mustache is looking good. And I was looking at him like, I don't know if I'm going to keep it much longer. I don't know how you do it. And he's just like, oh, you just got to free. So he tells me like what he does and stuff like that. I'm like, that doesn't sound fun to do. I don't want to do that every day. You know?
Right, you got to take care of it. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to take care of it. The grooming. I mean, his mustache is pristine. It's like nice and just perfectly like it's almost like a makeup artist put it on. It's just so like perfectly trimmed, perfectly combed, everything. And I'm just like, I don't want to do that. Mine was like kind of getting all shaggy and whatever. So I was like, yeah. But yeah. But we'll see if I'll have to tell him that, sorry, the mustache is gone. I don't look like you that much anymore.
He was probably proud for a bit there.
He was a little proud. But yeah, I know, like when it comes to anything else like growing, like we can't really grow beards in the Pena household. Nobody really has a beard, you know. Yeah. It's all thin right here, it's kind of thick right here, and that's about it. So, but don't be jealous, man. It's fine. Keep the baby face.
I got the baby face. Yeah.
Exactly. I know.
If I'm 40 or 30 or 20.
Hey, you're gonna get carded forever. That's
yeah. You're right. Right.
That's what's good. So, how's the channel going? Channel's still going good, I see.
Yeah, it's been good. A lot of slow news lately in terms of DC and stuff like that, but it's kind of expected. I feel like Warner Brothers Discovery is really like kind of making sure things don't leak out as much. Maybe. Yeah,
they definitely don't want that stuff. And then especially with all the articles that have been coming out, about that Hamada guy and all the stuff like that. Yeah. That's not Warner Brothers Discovery. That's definitely not them. It's definitely the old regime probably trying to utilize the media to for their benefit, to be like, hey, feel sorry for me and blah blah blah. I don't know. It's a weird thing. It's always a weird thing when like you talk to people like, what is this about? And they're like, oh yeah, studios will use that. Individual people will use the media, the trades and whatnot, just to push themselves.
Like they're trying to like release. This is what you would have got. This series and this series and this movie, if I were still going to be the president.
I know, exactly. And it's like, and then most of us were, I mean, a lot of us were just kind of going like, all right, Crisis on Infinite Earth, like, you're going to do that, but like, what? I mean, you need to establish, the biggest thing is what we always talk about is like, you got to get Superman's house in order, and that's the major thing. Is like, what is going on with Superman? I mean, that whole idea about the black Superman was like nobody wanted that. Nobody wanted that. They wanted Val Zod, sure, but they don't want a black Clark Kent. They want Clark Kent, stay Clark Kent, give us the actual black Supermen that have been written in the comic books, sure, but don't race bend Clark Kent. Nobody wanted that. And it's just like, and Cavill's right there.
Right there, man.
Right there.
Right there.
Oh.
Do you think maybe, so I've been like, my theory was that Walter Hamada been trying to not get Henry Cavill back, like giving these ridiculous offers that he's like, that's stupid. Why would I do that? Or why would I cameo without my own movie and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Like I kind of felt like that. I don't know.
Well, I mean, when it comes to Cavill, it's such a weird thing because I mean, I think Hamada and that regime, and with the plan and Emmerich and everything, they were just really wanting to stray away from the Snyderverse as much as possible. That's why they released that article the Monday after Zack Snyder's Justice League, saying that we're not going to do anything more. Yeah. I mean, that was preset. They were like, nah, yeah, we're going to make it a point.
You're ready to go.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's why they probably kept lowballing Cavill. Who knows? I mean, I don't know the logistics of it. I just know that he's aiming high, they're aiming low, and that's the extent that I've heard about it. But it's just like, and then you have the whole Black Adam thing, and you're just kind of going like, all right, he's not going to just come in for a cameo. If he's gonna show up in a cameo, you better promise him a movie, creative control, multiple movies. Actually, he's not going to just come in for something like that. And then, of course, there's the worry that Black Adam's not going to be a hit. And it's just kind of like, that's so up in the air. Yeah. How are you feeling about Black Adam?
I mean, okay, so I got chastised when I reacted to the trailer because I was like, I don't know, I'm not feeling it.
Yeah,
like,
I saw it.
So, it's like, I wish. I mean, I was excited before the trailer. Mm-hmm. And then I was like this. And then when I saw the trailer, I was like, oh. I mean, I'm starting to feel that, it's another Dwayne The Rock Johnson movie. But it's like, it's so... But I want to be surprised. Like, we've heard that at San Diego Comic-Con, they showed a bigger trailer. And so what we got online was like a Comic-Con sneak peek. But there was supposed to have been more action and actually a little bit more violence in it. And I'm like, put that out. Like, if that was an awesome trailer, you got to get butts in the seats, right?
They probably will eventually. I would imagine there's going to be another trailer that comes up like in the month of October, I would imagine. And maybe it'll have all that. Maybe they'll save it for that. So that's my guess. But yeah, I know what you're saying. It's like, I like the Comic-Con trailer more, definitely. It had more footage. And I even called it too. I was like, I bet it's going to have more Dr. Fate because everybody's kind of buzzing on Dr. Fate and Pierce Brosnan. Mm-hmm. And sure enough, it had more Dr. Fate. More Pierce Brosnan. I like that little entrance when he like comes in and then he just kind of like just drops in after he takes off his helmet. And I was like, that's a cool shot. All right, more of that. That's what we're wanting right there. So yeah. So it's just. But
I like them fighting the Justice Society. I like that little bit at the end with Hawkman. Sure, that's for sure. We need more of that. They're saying it's supposed to have the Man of Steel action. You kind of see it, but I need a little bit more.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Speaking of Man of Steel, man, I love Krypton Cage's. You've shown that on your show. Krypton Cage's little teaser with Henry Cavill.
Oh yeah.
I was like,
and that blew up on Twitter. I think it got like 200,000 views or something like that. I don't remember what the actual number was, but man, yeah, I know when he put that there, it was just like. It was like, yeah, there you go. That would create buzz. But then at the same time, and I've talked to people on Twitter and even said during the shows, it's like, it's kind of just, it's not good that people are, some people to see it is if they hear that there's a cameo of Henry Cavill Superman. Other than that, they don't want to see it. And it's like, yeesh, that's not a good, yes, that's not a good thing.
That's not a good
thing. Yeah, and like you said, it just feels like another Dwayne Johnson movie, and it does. I really wish that, the fact that he's been wanting to play this character and make this movie for so long, it's like, well, why didn't you lean into, you should have got somebody to and I'm curious about this too. And I'm wondering if anybody has asked him or will ask him during the press, or if there will be like behind the scenes talk about it, is like, so why didn't you go full on Widow's Peak hair and the pointy ears? Like, why didn't you go full Black Adam? Other than that, it's just Dwayne Johnson, which we've known what you've looked like for the past decade is a bald Dwayne Johnson.
Right.
You know, why didn't you try to disappear more into the role? I mean, the suit looks badass. The suit is very well designed. I think the suit is great, but I'm just going, yeah, but at least could you had the pointy ears or just a more of a look of Black Adam?
Disappear into the role, right?
Yeah.
People like, that's Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
That's the thing, and that's what and that's what a lot of people are saying. It's like just feel. And did you see DC League of Super Pets?
No. I did.
See, and you have kids, and you're a Superman fan. See, that's bad, Chris.
None of them wanted to watch it. Like I showed them the trailer, and they're like, no. We'll wait until it comes out on. Oh, it's funny. It's funny because they said we'll wait until it comes out on Disney Plus. I'm like, hey, it could come out on Disney Plus.
Oh no!
I was like, wait.
That's a problem right there. The fact that you are a diehard Superman fan, you take your kids to see all kinds of movies. I see the pictures all the time, and it's great. But they did not want to see Super Pets. That's crazy.
It was like.
And you know what's sad about that? You know, it's actually a pretty good movie. That's what's sad about it. Yeah,
it's funny because we went to see The Bad Guys. But they wanted to see the bad guy, you know.
I heard that's good. I heard that was good.
That was actually good. So
yeah, I'm gonna have to catch that when it comes out on video.
Yeah.
But I think you'll be pleasantly surprised on how, decent that Super Pets. I was surprised. I was like, this is actually a good movie. The only thing that I didn't really like was the fact that Dwayne Johnson's voice is coming out of Crypto. I'm like, could have had somebody else.
I saw the post-credit scene and the one he released, and that was literally his voice like 2 or 3 times, like 3 times, right? Because he was his own dog, he was him, and he was Crypto.
Yes, this is what's. I like Dwayne Johnson, but man, I think I don't know. I think the ego has kind of been taken over, like this with this whole hierarchy of DC Universe is about to change. It was almost like he was like, all right. And then the old regime was just kind of promising like, hey, yeah, you're going to be the new face of all this. It's going to be you. It's going to revolve. You're going to have your universe and things are going to revolve around you. We're going to have this multiverse concept. Maybe like your universe can bleed into this universe and blah, blah, blah. Right. I don't know. And I think that's what the old regime kind of promised. But now it's just like, I mean, Super Pets flopped, man. I mean, it didn't do well at all. And it should have done well, to be honest. But they spent like half the budget on the voice talent. I mean, my God, it's like, stop doing that, please.
And it's funny he released that post credit, like that's supposed to get people more into this.
Oh yeah,
like
it was like one of
Black Adam's in there. Remember me? I'm Black Adam.
Oh, it's getting to the. I mean, even this past week when it came to like the stuff that was coming out with like Total Film and everything, and he's talking about how the whole idea was to spin it off and blah blah blah. And I've talked to people. There's been a thing called the Rockverse that's been talked about. That's why I did like the last show I did. I called it like the Rockverse. I'm like, it seems like he was really like promised and trying to be like, yeah, I have my own little universe in the whole DC universe, which is fine. I get it. I'm all about the multiverse concept. Sure, that's why I want the Reeves Batman verse to be its own thing. But yeah, but this could very well be its own thing, and then of course things could happen where it dives into all the other stuff. I don't know. And then it's just weird because it's like, okay, so what kind of is there any marketing that's going to happen with Shazam? I mean,
I know it's so funny. And you mentioned on your show like how he or David actually said he never met Black Adam, and they're like they're almost doing this, and they're in the same universe. Like they literally, it's almost like when Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was recognizing the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but the Cinematic Universe wasn't recognizing Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Like, it's so strange. Yeah.
And what's funny about that, too, is like I even saw like I guess if you go on if you go on Disney Plus, they actually have all the MCU stuff in order, like all the TV, everything, all the episodes, the short films that they did between stuff, they had it all in order. And I just looked at that for a little bit. And I went, See, that's impressive. Like, how did they
impressive,
fucking pull that? They pulled that off. I mean, I mean, there's stuff I don't like in here, sure. And there's even stuff I hadn't even seen yet. I haven't seen the Groot stuff, or there's other stuff I haven't seen, but I'm just looking at that going, that's impressive. Like, they created this whole universe that you could literally watch in order if you wanted to, of like timeline, as in, you know, Captain America first, Miss Marvel's very last, you know, and I was just like, that's impressive. And I'm like, God damn it, DC, get your shit together.
I don't know. It doesn't matter how much you hate MCU. You gotta respect that they really were successful in serializing their cinematic universe and putting it all together in that sense. And I think that's what David Zaslav wants. So.
I mean, that's what he's trying to shoot for. And I know it's like, you always hate it too when you hear like, oh yeah, we want it to be like them over there. And you're kind of like, well, don't be exactly like them. And they're not. I mean, look what's going on with the Joker. I mean, they're still going to have that. And then hopefully Reeves' verse stays pure to what it is, you know? So as long as like they could still like, okay, yeah, we want to do what they're doing. We want to have like an Earth Prime, or like, you know, a main universe for like to expand on, but we also want to have these offshoots. We want to have this dark, gritty, super dark Batman over here, this crazy Joker concept over here, you know, and that's cool. Like, make those movies, make your elsewhere movies or Elseworlds movies, you know, and that's what, you know, that's what Zach was kind of wanting to do. It's like, yeah, okay, we're not going to do what we're doing over there. I'm going to do this. You guys can branch off of it, and we'll see what happens. And that was a good idea. And now they're just
everybody got their own sandbox in a way.
Yeah,
you know? Like,
it's all.
Well, I think Hamada, when he was going to do it, it was kind of like a multiverse, but we're never going to touch that universe ever again. But you can be happy that it still exists somewhere in your imagination. But I don't know what he was going to do, but
who knows?
Yeah. I would love to see the Reeves verse continue. I enjoyed the Batman. I would love to see more. You know, maybe the Batman versus Joker or Mr. Freeze. They said that was like one of the rumored.
It's always teased. Yeah. I mean, that would be an interesting I mean, especially because, you know, and I've always said I always loved what Kevin Smith said, or he read a tweet. He said it wasn't what he said, but, you know, because everybody's talking about like grounding Batman. And it's like, oh, and then of course people will say it's like the Nolan verse, and it's like, no, it's not like the Nolan verse. And it was like one of those things where it's like it was like, how do you explain it to somebody that it's not quite like the Dark Knight universe? But it kind of is. And then, Kevin Smith said it perfectly. It's like, oh no, Christopher Nolan brought Batman in real life. Matt Reeves brought real life to Batman's universe, kind of thing. So it's like a reverse concept of like, we have this crazy gothic looking dark Gotham and dark, you know, setting, and we're trying to inject realism, but it's fucked up in here, and we're trying to inject realism. But, you know, while Christopher Nolan was putting Batman in basically Chicago, I mean, let's face it, you know,
modern city.
Like that. He was basically doing that. So, I always like look at it like that, and I'm just like, I just very much want to see what else can come from that. And a Mr. Freeze would be. That's taking a concept that's like pretty far fetched. I'm like wondering what exactly he could actually do with that. Yeah,
because it was so grounded. With Batman, so you kind of like, I wonder how they're going to go that route.
Well, I know, and then when people would say like, "What about Clayface?" I was like, "Yeah, that'd be sweet." But I'm just like wondering, like, if they do something with Mr. Freeze, would there be like a gun? Would there be like a full-on suit? Would it be? I'm just like, I'm actually very curious how he'd approach it in his world, because everybody is like, you know, the Riddler was like this Reddit user streamer guy who was like the Zodiac killer. Okay, cool. Penguin is like a mob boss, you know, and that seemed very easy, and so did Catwoman. And then of course you had the Joker, which was like, Jesus Christ, what is this guy? That's a different kind of Joker.
Yeah, right. You gotta be pretty happy. You got 3 Batmans.
That's what I kept saying.
For Michael Keaton, though, a little bit. I mean, it's kind of cool that they're going with the Affleck but he was going to be in 3 movies, right?
He's going to be in 3 movies.
Flash and Batgirl.
That's got to be. I'm kind of wondering, like, okay, I don't know what his next thing that he has to do press for, but you better believe somebody's going to be asking him about the
Yeah.
Batgirl cancellation. I'm kind of curious what he says about
What he
it.
says about that? Yeah. You
Yeah.
think he was the guy that he was the anonymous actor who said that what David Zaslav was a boneheaded or some kind of, I forgot what it said.
I forgot. I think I know what you're talking about, but I forgot what he said.
Yeah.
I don't
Some
know.
people suggest, is that Michael Keaton? And said, I was like, whoa, I don't know. But he was anonymous. So he could have been anybody, you know.
Yeah, that's interesting. But I mean, apparently, like from what I heard, is like they weren't. I think they were cool with the concept for the Flash, but they didn't like the concept of him continuing. They were like, and that's what we've talked about that too. Is like the fact that it's like Batgirl was supposed to be a puzzle piece in a very specific spot, which was directly after Flash during Christmas, and it was going to make sense. Now that everything got all effed up, it's like, all right, well now people, test audience were like, what the shit is this? Like, why is Michael Keaton back? He's like 70. What the shit's going on here? So
right.
Yeah.
There's probably the case where David Zaslav's like, what?
Yeah, I think
main Batman to be a 70-year-old Batman.
Yeah, I think him and Alan Horn were kind of like going. They kind of came in and went, "What is this?" Like,
yeah,
I think they're banking on the Flash, sure, but everything after that, they're like, I don't know about this. But we got some other cats coming in here. We got Mr. ACS. We got KC.
Hey.
How you guys doing?
What's up, guys?
That's good.
No, we're just chilling, just talking some, stuff. How you guys doing?
Doing all right, man.
We were just talking about your Superman Black Adam teaser that you put out.
Oh yeah, I mean, I didn't think it would blow up like that, and
you don't
it was
think
really.
You put Henry Cavill in anything, that will blow up to the moon.
That's true. That's true.
We're gonna watch Black Adam just so we can see that post credits.
Yeah. I bet The Rock was watching that video and saying like, "Why you gotta do me like that?"
Yeah,
because now everyone is expecting that to happen.
Right.
That guy
all over again.
Well, that's what we were just talking about. The fact that there's people out there that are like, I know it's just the online world, but when I get people going like, I'd only see it if I hear there's a cameo with Cavill. I'm like, well, that's bad. That's not a good thing. The only reason why you're going to see a movie is because of a cameo at the end. I'm like, no, that's not a good thing. The fact that it just didn't get people hyped up. I'm still going to go see it. The Comic-Con trailer definitely got my attention more than the regular trailer, and hopefully the trailer after that, talking about like the stuff that they did show at Comic-Con that we didn't see, hopefully that'll create some more buzz. Hopefully they'll release a clip that shows some pretty crazy stuff that could really create some buzz. And I'm just kind of going like, well, first of all, more Dr. Fate.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people are just kind of like, more Dr. Fate, Pierce Brosnan, come on. But yeah, it's got some work to do. It's going to be interesting.
One of the tweets that interested me was that he recently said that Black Adam has an extremely violent tone and ruthless.
Yeah.
So that didn't seem like it from the trailers. But I don't know. It might be surprising because some people saw the first 10 minutes or something at CinemaCon, and they said the same thing, that they said, he was straight up killing people in the first 10 minutes or something.
Well, we kind of saw the beginning of that when he was doing that. He did kill somebody when he
he melted him with his brain.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But ripping people in half, is that actually happening?
I hope so. I still like the Suicide Squad shot where King Shark just rips.
Dude, that's such a beautiful shot.
Right, yeah.
That's such a beautiful shot. Regardless of how you feel about that movie, when it's just like shh, and then there's like, isn't there like a lightning strike too when he does, and it's in the rain?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a beautiful fucking shot. It's a beautiful gory shot. Yeah. But yeah, hopefully there's something like that. Obviously it's still going to be PG-13, so it can't exactly.
Yeah.
Show that.
Straddle that line.
Well, yeah, you gotta be. It's got to be suggestive. Like you got to suggest that. Oh yeah, do you hear that? What's going on off camera? I just kind of hope that they do handle it a little bit better than Venom, Let There Be Carnage, I was like, okay, I get what you're trying to do. Yeah, there's some things happening off screen, but it's just for some reason, it's just, I don't know. I mean, I have the ups and downs when it comes to the Venom series and stuff like that. So, but we got Mr. Steven right here. What's going on? And we got
What up?
What's up, ACS? We got
Nicotina, it's been a long time.
What's up, dude? Reunited, I know. Dave, do me a favor. Can you put him next to me? That way I just feel like we're
you want to cuddle with him? Is that what you want to do? You want to cuddle
Not
with him?
necessarily, but I mean, in a way, yeah. No.
Nope. No, I'm going to keep you two apart. I don't want any fun of it.
I mean, at this point, I would like to not be in the middle of them.
Yeah,
I know.
No, it's a fucking movie.
It was fine
guys.
when we started, but now I feel very awkward. So
I know, right?
Steven, by the way, do you have like a little buzzer that might trigger in case your wife comes down and scares the shit out of you?
God.
Oh, that was
I've got
funny.
a whole series of tape over the door and like
Yes. Oh man, that was such a perfect ending of last week's stream. Jesus Christ, that was hilarious. That was so hilarious. And of course,
You need to set
Casey,
up a ring camera or something up for the
Right?
stairs or whatever.
at KC, we had a good shot of you with your. It looked like you were meditating, which was
Yeah,
great.
that became a meme.
Yeah. Good times. But welcome, guys. What are you drinking, Steven?
cold brew green tea.
All right. Oh. Freaking, he's getting messed up tonight.
We just got back in town we spent a few days at my parents' house, and I thought we had stuff in the fridge, and we didn't. And otherwise, I would have brought something back from. We left a whole bunch of booze at their place, and
lame.
and I was like, "Oh, we got some stuff at home." And then we got here, and there was nothing. And I was like, "Oh, that's fine. I made this green tea that I need to finish anyway." So.
Well, you know, take it slow. Take it slow. Why don't you get it too crazy in here? What about you? What about you, Andre? Are you drinking?
I'm drinking some oolong tea, so I'm in the same boat.
Ooh, you guys here, look at you. ACS, are you drinking anything or no?
Yeah. Oh, come on.
Hell yeah.
Got my shots out here.
Oh yeah, you get your little
wow.
Yeah, man.
Fun fact: that is a fifth of vodka. Everybody.
Is that what that's called?
so-
The fifth?
That's just how big he is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He dwarfs
I was
it.
about to say.
It's a
I was about
handle,
to say,
actually,
you get
but
the-
you know.
Yeah, I was about to say you get those to feel like a giant, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, "Rawr."
Yeah, in case you ever wondered, I met him in person. It was like, what the fuck?
He's all. There's actually a handle on there. There actually is a handle on that little bottle.
No, a handle would be closer to the size of it looked like Andre, hold up your mug.
That would.
Yeah, that would be more like a handle for.
Yeah, that's. Oh man, yeah, I saw the pictures. I was like, "Jeez, it was huge." Yeah, but me and Steven, we're vertically challenged, so it happens. It happens. I know when me and Swenson met, he was like, "Yeah, I thought you'd be taller." I was like, "I thought you'd be shorter." It's like one of those things.
No, it's funny because like the one time that I met Anthony in person, Ryan and I were waiting at the airport for him, and I'm like, "Hey, do you think we missed him?" He's like, "Believe me, dude. When he comes to that door, you're not gonna miss him." And he came out. He was as big as like Optimus Prime. He's huge. Like,
Well, that was
like, oh, there he is.
I met everyone at that BVS screening in Detroit, and I think everybody there who I knew was Enosh,
Ray.
Ray,
Yeah.
Meg, and Dawson. Everyone is like, man,
they're all-
I need to.
Tall. Andre, check your mic. I think you might be running off your computer's mic. Yeah. A little.
There we go.
Check it.
That's trouble. Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Nah, it just sounds like it's not coming through the mic.
Yeah, is that better?
Yep,
Ooh,
there it is.
There you go.
There you go. Now start singing. Just kidding. Anyways, so yeah, thank you guys for joining. Now we were just talking, Black Adam and stuff, how we're feeling about it as we, each week we get closer. In this past week, just hearing the stuff that Dwayne Johnson had to say, and the fact that, he was saying like, oh yeah, we're hoping to spin-offs and everything. And it's like, yeah, he's very much it sounds like what was promised to him a while. I mean, goddamn, he's been trying to get this movie done. How many regimes have come in and out since he's tried to get this movie done? That's what I was thinking about this week.
What
too.
is it like, 2012 or something? When he,
No,
I
It was a while
this-
ago.
I was
Yeah.
researching this for an article at ScreenRant.com
Screen Rant.
that I wrote
There it is.
a week or two ago.
dude.
Oh, it's the one where I said that he's basically trying to be heel. He's trying to play heel to Cavill. That's why he needs Superman so much, is because in order for his Black Adam to work, he needs to be The Rock playing heel in the DCEU. That's what the whole hierarchy of power is about. And so I went back to find like the earliest articles. He was in talks to play Shazam in like 2003. He was doing research for the character, and he was like, "Oh, actually, Black Adam would be more interesting." So, he's been in talks, and that was in like 2008. About when he was like, "Yeah, let's do that instead of me playing Shazam," and so that's like absolutely insane that it took that long for him to wind up on screen.
That's insane. I didn't even know about that. Like back in
Yeah.
2003. Wow.
It might have been like 2005, but like
That's
we're
still-
still talking almost 20 years. Like
Yeah.
No, it's still pretty
Yeah.
insane.
Close
Still
to
pretty
2 decades. Yeah.
Well, and it was one of those things too, where it was always like a myth. You know, like you knew he was attached to it, but nothing was ever happening. So you're like, when is that ever going to happen? And then eventually, it started to come to fruition. And then now, I mean, like the question that I've had lately is, you know, like where does it connect? Like how much connective tissue is in this movie? I would love to know. Obviously, I'm probably gonna have to wait, but still.
I've got a feeling that I'm sure there's going to be connective tissue, especially because to the rest of the DCU, who knows? But I mean, Shazam is $7. Danny Garcia is a producer on it. Like you're not gonna. It's got to be, there's got to be some connection. It was even a Black Adam Easter egg or two in
There's one
in
little
Shazam.
hint. Yeah,
But I suspect that it's going to try way harder to serve as a launching pad for its own. You look at all of the Justice Society stuff. That's a whole. Basically, he looked at the DC Pantheon and was like, "What is a whole corner of characters that I can take without having to worry about all the Justice League drama?"
Yeah.
And found like all the Justice Society stuff, which is linked to the Dr. Fate and all that stuff. And so I think his objective is less how do I connect this to Justice League so much as how do I get people excited about Justice Society stuff.
and it makes sense. I mean, when we heard about that, I was like, yeah, okay, cool. But it's just like, yeah, I mean, but at the same time, it's like, this whole Superman talk. I mean, you just kind of makes you wonder, like, man, he must. I mean, we saw Comic-Con and how he answered all this stuff, and it's just kind of like that's got to be. He's gonna get a ton of that probably during the press junkets and everything too.
And that's why I said, well, and then like going back to my article, I think I can't remember if that was the week I skipped or not, but I on the stream. But the more I think about it, there's absolutely no way that he didn't know exactly what he was doing when he answered the question that way. He knows how to get a crowd going. He knows how to get cheers, and he knows how to get boos, right? Like live. He knows how to take a live audience and make them like disappointed or make them enthralled. And the fact that, and he knows how to answer he's answered that question a million times about like, and so the fact that someone would be like, who's going to win in a fight, you or Superman? And for him to start to answer that as he's done a million times and then be like, I guess it depends on who's cast. Like, that's not that. Like I think that he was drawing boos in front of Warner Brothers, where he's like, "Do you see?"
He's trying to make a point that like we really need to get him back on board.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point,
leverage.
yeah. I mean, at this point, it's like just give the man what he wants. I mean, it's like, is it really that detrimental to your
well, especially because it's so disconnected from the other stuff.
Well, yeah, and exactly. If he wants it to be disconnected, and he wants it to be like its own separate corner, which I'm hoping it's not going to be like the Batman, where it's like its own universe. Then it's just like,
I don't think so. Well,
I hope not. I'd be like, I'm not going to watch this.
What's her name? James Gunn's wife or fiance?
Oh yeah,
from Peacemaker.
Jennifer Holland.
Yeah, there
Holland,
you go. Yeah.
I bet one of the reasons he's also going for Superman is because, if he's actually fighting Shazam, which he's supposed to because of the comics, I don't think he really cares about that, because then people will be like, what are you, just fighting kids or something? And then he wants to be known as the person who actually, fights with Superman or goes toe-to-toe with him at least.
Right.
Yeah.
He's just a bully.
Yeah, he would be called a bully if he's fighting kids.
That's
But
what's
that's
so
what he needs,
difficult.
though.
That's what's so difficult about this whole thing is the fact that it's like, yeah, people are gonna say that shit, and then it's like, oh, there's been books about this for a while, guys. Like, this has always been the case. Like, what are you thinking here?
Well, and that's why I don't. Right
Stop
before I
it.
came on, you were talking about how violent it was, and I think what'll make or break this movie for me is, because I have no anticipation of him being like crossing lines, both in terms of content and in terms of character. He's gonna be like as bad as he can be without being irredeemable. He's gonna get as violent as he can without doing something that makes it R-rated. Like, and it's just gonna pull punches left and right, and it's real hard for me to get to like really believe him when he says that, because this is Dwayne Johnson. Like, not like he only does family stuff at all. I mean, he's done Pain and Gain. He's done stuff that's violent and full of cussing and stuff. But like, unless you're committing to an R rating, don't try to hype up the violence on this, because otherwise all I see is like that shot from the trailer of the dude bending the thing on his head.
I don't know if his plan is to boost up the opening numbers, or he's not thinking about the long run, because he's over promising now, and I'm sure he will do that a week before release, even more. And if people go in, watch the movie on the opening day, and get disappointed by all of the stuff he was promising, then it won't have legs. So what then?
That's the thing. It's the legs thing, and it's like it's gonna. You know what? And I already know, like, the way that they, after it comes out, it's gonna be. They're gonna try to bend it to like it's one of the biggest October openings ever. That's what they do.
One movie year ending in number 2 has never been higher.
Yeah, exactly.
Except for in the genre, like. Just...
because we know how he does that. Remember that whole thing about what was that? The score,
94%. Or something, yeah.
90, I was like, that's an interesting way to look at. I think it was the trailer. Are they talking about the positive reviews for the trailer or something like that?
I was thinking he went into YouTube Studio and he saw how many percentage likes. And
he's doing his research.
With that number, then nobody else can see.
Yeah, he's doing the research.
Yeah.
But that's what's. I mean, yeah. But you're right, though. It's like, how is it supposed to have any kind of legs? It might have a decent opening, but it's like then it's going to probably drop a 60%.
Probably.
And then just people are going to forget about it as they go into November, which they're going to have more award-winning movies.
Great,
Well,
but like
November
he snaps someone's neck as they plead for.
Dude, that's God's neck.
Then then I'll be like, you know what? Okay, this is all right. But like, if it's like. He's got a change of heart, and it avoids him, like, I don't know, killing anybody. That's not a. Well, they were a bad guy then, like, cause even the trailer, like, even though like good guys heroes don't kill people. He's like, well, I'm not a hero or whatever.
Yeah,
whatever that whole thing.
Well,
is.
I do.
It's
yeah, it's kind of like
it's so performative that like, show me the money or don't, like, no matter how many times they say like I'm a bad guy in the movie, like. Like, dude, either you break a toddler's back over your knee or shut the fuck up.
No, Steven, the next, yeah.
That's a baby.
This movie is not directed by Darren Aronofsky.
Yeah.
A24, right from the beginning.
The worst it's gonna get. You're gonna hear that. You're gonna hear that Billie Eilish song. I'm a bad guy or something.
Oh no. I think that's legitimately in the movie now.
Oh, it might be.
I mean, think about it. Oh man, that's
dude,
like
they're
the
gonna
credits.
do a different rendition of
it's
it.
The music over the credits, like.
Oh no.
No.
Before we continue, Mr. Scott
Hey,
McClellan.
Scott.
Hey, what's
What
up,
up,
Scott?
Scott?
Hey.
What's good, homie?
You were sick. You were all terribly sick.
And he has kids. Nothing.
I just finished
So do most
Sandman
of
for
the
the second
people
time.
I'm looking
so
at
I'm
on this screen, okay?
Sandman is so good. Oh my gosh.
Yo,
Yeah.
also
It's so
watch,
good.
watch the bonus episodes that came out today.
I know I haven't had a chance to yet, but
How many
when
were
I was
there? How many
watching,
were
I was
there?
like, oh, it's too
Whoa.
bad that
It's-
this
it's
didn't
like-
fit into the.
2 of them?
No,
It's like-
okay.
oh, it's
no,
a
no,
single
'cause I literally,
two-part.
that's why I'm late. I was watching it.
Oh, I
Yes,
yeah,
yeah.
I'm with you.
Nice.
Scott, say one word to describe it. Fire.
Well,
Awesome.
yeah,
Awesome.
it's one episode, but it's
Yep.
2 stories
Mhm.
Yeah.
because it's issues 17 and 18.
Mhm.
It's Calliope and Dream of a Thousand Cats.
Yeah.
When I was watching, I was like, I wonder if they're gonna even try to do Dream of a Thousand Cats. I was like, you know what? That doesn't really. They could probably cut that out, but why would you cut that out? And then I legitimately thought, oh, that'd be cool if they did like bonus episodes or something. And then they announced it. I was like, man, I wish I had said that out loud instead of
Instead,
Those
you
of us
said breaking
who
a
have been
toddler in
following
half.
the show knew that it had originally been announced to be 11 episodes, and then like a week or two ago, images images accidentally got posted by Netflix of the Calliope portion of the episode. So the Sandman fans were like, we know there's at least another episode or 2. We didn't know how it was going to be presented. This is just like 2 stories, edited into one episode.
Yeah.
But we were like, so when's it coming? And it's also interesting because these are from the, if you get like the trade paperbacks, this is from volume 3, Dream Country, which is just 4 completely standalone short stories. But the end of episode 10 totally teases volume 4. So it was like, I can see, I like the idea of doing these bonus episodes because how else are you going to do these kind of one-off short stories before jumping into the next arc?
Amanda just finished it, and she was saying, and I was telling her about Barbie and what that was all setting up and everything, and she was like, "Oh, I hope they do that as like miniseries." I was like, "Well, so much of this like is about Morpheus's arc, even if it's not about Morpheus.
Yeah,
it's all these characters that underpin his journey, and so you can't break all of it out, but some of them like that." Like Dream of a Thousand Cats is such a brilliant thing to do as a one-off.
But so it's not going to continue.
Well, it is. It's like a standalone story though, so it doesn't need to feed into the.
They haven't announced like a season 2, so but
I'll say this as someone not read the source material. You know what I'm saying? Series fire. When I saw it, I can't remember what medium I saw it on today. I was like, wait a minute, there's another episode that's a 2-parter. And it's on Netflix right now. So as soon as I got off work, it immediately came home and I was like, yo, let me watch this shit. It was dope. And also, as a person who owns 2 cats, I'm like a little bit like
I have to see it now.
I'm telling you. Look, if you own you don't have to own a cat to get this part. There's a part in the yes.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Oh,
I haven't seen the episode. I know what you're talking
about. So bad. It was like almost like I was getting breathing palpitations watching it happen. I was like, holy shit.
Especially because in the episode the cats don't, move their mouths while talking.
Nope.
So it's kind of like they're thinking. And in real life, if you look at a cat and if they're just, sitting there, you just start imagining that they might be actually talking.
It was fucked up because there's a scene. Look, I'm not gonna spoil it for anyone. There's just a really bad scene with a brick and a bag and cats, and that's all I'm gonna say. And after it was done, I watched that and I was traumatized watching it. And I looked over. And I got 2 cats. One of them's name's Mara, and one of them's name's Raven. Obviously, you know where the cats' names come from. I'm comic book, whatever. Yeah. And I just looked at both of them like, I'd never do that, and they still looked at me like, Are you sure?
They were talking.
Anthony, all I
now.
can say is that even if you haven't read Neil Gaiman's books, I am just confounded watching. Like, they keep stuff in these episodes that I'm like, they did that. They went there. I mean, watching the show is pretty much, with a few changes here or there. Watching the show is pretty much like reading the books.
Really? So it's
helps-
that close to the.
It's that
material?
close.
Yeah,
It
because I'm
helps
watching a
that
stream.
Neil Gaiman's like part of the whole thing.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
he's
Yes.
just like he's there going, nope, we're doing. I mean, he had the vision, so it's just like he just needed people to help get that vision. And I mean, we kept hearing about that even before, like last year. I think at Tadum they were like talking. They showed a little behind the scenes thing or something like that because they were still filming or whatever. But I mean, I think it helps just to have the actual creator, of the books, just be there and being like very much in the creative
We've all
process.
seen adaptations of this type of.
And Alan Heinberg is a huge fan. So basically, Alan Heinberg was there going,
Is this cool? Is this cool?
Yeah, because from what I understand from the interview, because I got to watch the VIP premiere, and there was an interview between Neil Gaiman and George R.R. Martin before you got to watch the first episode, and Neil Gaiman talked about kind of like how
Jason
the writer's room worked. And really, it was more like Neil Gaiman wasn't, like super involved. It was more like he was there as kind of like a godfather. And you really get the sense that Alan Heinberg was the one like running the writer's room, like keeping the vision intact.
Streamline.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. And apparently Neil Gaiman talks about like meeting Alan at like some things. So it's like, oh no, he's been a huge fan.
Yeah, I want to see that.
Oh yeah, and Anthony, since you watched it, I'm not sure if you know this, but Neil Gaiman had a cameo in the Cat episode. He's one of the voices.
I saw that in the credits.
Is it you I know you know which one it is. Is it the cat that
Nope, not a cat.
Oh,
It's not a
got
cat.
me already.
Oh, it's
got
not.
me already. Yeah,
See,
yeah, yeah.
Hashtag it's not a cat.
Hashtag not a cat. Because also, I will tell you this: if you ever enjoy Neil Gaiman's, one, if you listen to the Audible production of Sandman, he's the narrator, so you hear his voice, and then he reads all his own books. So if you ever read one of his novels, he narrates the audiobooks of his own books, and he's one of those authors that like I'll buy the physical book, but then I'll also buy the audiobook so he could read it to me. Like he's got one of those voices.
What I thought was really cool about the Audible production and watching the show is how close Morpheus's voice was
to James McAvoy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like I was like, man, I've got McAvoy's voice in my head. It's too bad that like there's no way they're gonna get a McAvoy performance for Dream. And then I was like partway through the first episode, and I was like, I take it all back. Like it's amazing.
How great is that casting? His voice is amazing.
Oh, he's perfect.
And he completely transforms.
I think all the casting is my only casting gripe was I thought Rose Walker was a little bit flat. But
I would also argue, and I was talking to Meg about this too, because Meg hadn't read the books yet and watched the show. I'm also not like that. Some people did enjoy like the second half of the season as much, but I will be frank that when I read that arc in the comics, I wasn't that like engaged in that volume as much. But it's like, but I'm not going to hold it against the show because once again, they're being incredibly faithful to the book. So if I didn't like those issues, I didn't tend to like those episodes as much.
Yeah, I liked it a lot. I mean, my favorite is the John D stuff. And so of course when I saw this, I didn't follow the marketing and stuff a whole lot. So the second I saw that John D was played by David Thewlis, because in my head I knew it was coming up. In my head I knew it was coming up, and I said So it was like one of those things. I was like, man,
Aries.
David Thewlis would be awesome. And then David Thewlis showed up, and I was like, this is gonna be. I was like, what episode is this? How far are we away from the diner?
So basically, what you're saying, Steve, is
That
like
is-
stuff you think comes true. So that in fact, Black Adam is going to break a toddler's back.
I highly doubt that's gonna happen in Black Adam.
Hard R.
Because you said it out loud. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, no, I said
He's going to will it into existence.
But
that wouldn't happen in an R-rated Black Adam.
Yeah, I know.
But
It wouldn't even be a deleted scene. It'd be like, no.
He's punched.
We elected not to shoot that scene. It's just a concept.
Yeah.
The other thing I said about Rose too is I was trying to give it like to be generous, and I said, it makes sense that she would be closer to Dream in how much she emotes. And so the fact that she was a little more flat than the other characters, but I don't know, it was just a weird juxtaposition with the character, like the rainbow hair and she's a writer, and then knowing like from the book also, and then it just didn't all translate into like a version of a character that I believe is like a real person.
Yeah. Anthony, something you'll enjoy I highly recommend you go and read the books.
Okay.
And
Yes.
if you have Comixology Unlimited, you can actually borrow all the Sandman books right now, like for free with that subscription.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It's interesting in that the series does an interesting thing of retaining stories and retaining characters while completely stripping away any direct references to the DC universe. Because
in you saw in Jed's dream there were some direct references,
and that was about it. Like I like the nods being there, but like there are characters that don't appear in the series that make appearances in the comics, or John D. And I always loved, and I loved it when Neil Gaiman like quote tweeted me when I asked him a question. But I always love looking at the special thanks to see all the writers and artists that get thanked at the end of every episode. And it's fun to see some of the old writers because Neil Gaiman was pulling, characters like John D. is an old school Justice League villain. He's Dr. Destiny.
Yeah.
Nice.
So we're talking like from the 60s and like an old school.
That's like
and like he was in that mental hospital in Buffalo in the series. That's supposed to be Arkham.
Really?
Yeah, the Justice League locked him up in Arkham in the comic. So there's stuff like this where obviously they didn't get all the rights to things, so they had to just make little tweaks, and also
and it's fire. It's
fire.
It's so good.
It is. And I look as far as what you're telling me right now, going to look for that, guaranteed. But like it's also like a thing to where like even though they weren't able to use the stuff that you're talking about, Scott, like some of these details, it's still so good.
It's actually, and I would really actually credit, because I think Neil Gaiman's even said that when he started writing the book, editorially, they kind of pushed him to connect it more to the DC universe, and you can quickly see that once it kind of took off, those things
this
just
Constantine.
and they always do that because that's how Alan Moore pronounced it. So like all the Brits love that because they're finally saying the fucking name right.
and little old me just watched Constantine like 2 nights ago. I'm like, is it Constantine or Constantine?
He was so good in the series because I loved Matt Ryan, and even Keanu Reeves was awesome. So I was a little bit hesitant, going into this, but she was great.
Yeah, she did a good job. Can you clarify the ordering, the way you just phrased that last sentence? Right. And even Keanu Reeves.
What? I'll tell you this. The Keanu Reeves movie, I thankfully watched the Keanu Reeves movie before I ever read an actual Constantine comic.
I didn't know it was DC.
Same.
So the best part is that I went into that movie and just enjoyed the hell out of that movie.
So great.
I just thought it was a horror movie.
It's fire, dude. It's
so good. It's really good. And I'm sorry, still one of my favorite depictions of Lucifer is in that movie.
Yeah. Nah, that movie.
One of the best.
It's the encompassing, even the way it starts, and obviously, there's always the one point that it even still gets me, and I've seen the movie probably 100 times. When dude picks up he gets the Spear of Destiny, he starts walking across the road and gets hit by that car. That shit catches me out of the blue every single time. It catches me. I'm like, oh shit, he just got hit by it's good, man. It's good.
Remember when there was like supposedly like a sequel in development for a little bit? How long ago was that? I know. I don't mean to bring up depressing memories, but Jesus Christ! I mean, that's probably on your list. That's obviously probably on your list, Scott. That you.
Oh, it's on the list. Oh yeah.
When that was like one of the things, and it was just like, what happened to that? And they were like, and then maybe there's like, Keanu, you want to voice Batman and Super Pets? You want to do that instead?
I know.
Sorry, you can voice Batman. He did great. Again, talking about that movie, and again, I was when me and Chris were just talking. The fact that his kids were like, when they,
we never.
Didn't see it. But Scott, you and your kids enjoyed it.
Yes, and but I will say this, and this was an interesting thing. My 9-year-old enjoyed it, but my 6-year-old loved it.
See, that's I'm telling you.
Shep is 6.
Okay,
and he loved
Steven, you saw it too, yeah.
Well, like most of it was weird. Talking about him afterwards, there were so many parts that he was just kind of like, yeah. And then specifically like Black Adam's dog at the end. I think part of it was I was like, oh, we're gonna, because he doesn't watch stuff in the theaters all the time, and rarely will sit for like a movie at home, especially like superhero movies. So post credit scenes aren't a thing he's familiar with. And so I was like, oh, there's a secret at the end. And so as a result, walking out, he was like, oh, the dog was the Black Adam's dog was my favorite part. And I was like, nobody really likes Black Adam's dog.
Who the hell knew he had a dog?
I kept that part to myself. But
I know. Did he really have a dog? I didn't know.
No.
Anubis?
Yeah. No. But even it's really fun because if you listen to our episode where Tim and I reviewed it, I had Declan.
You had your kids.
I had my kids on there because I'm sorry. Do you really want to listen to two middle-aged guys talk about a kids movie, or do you get the target audience involved?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But it's really
Let's talk
cute
about
listening
Super
to a
Pets.
6-year-old on a podcast review a movie. I was a little impressed. I was like, Declan, you did really well.
You made that.
He's gearing up. He's gonna. He's about to steal your throne. Yeah. Before you know it, hey Scott. Before you know it, he's gonna be like, I'm gonna need that seat, Dad, on Thursday, and you're gonna be like, what? And you're just like, just you can leave the microphone, the everything there. I just need your seat on Thursday. What are you doing? I'm talking about Super Pets.
He's gonna take over.
He's taking over, man.
He's like, Dave sent me a link, Dad.
Oh yeah.
He didn't send you one. He sent me one.
Start the chocolate milk stream.
Yeah.
No, for Declan, people like the Sprite stream.
The Sprite stream. There you go.
Oh man, that boy.
No, but I mean, that's what's so interesting though is like, you have kids that were like, oh yeah, when kids see it, they like it, but it's just, I'm telling you, and that's what I was telling Chris. I'm like, I guarantee you, your kids are gonna end up liking it, but it just sucks that they were just when they saw the trailer, they're like, we're good.
And it was it was a good enough like animated movie.
Yeah.
Like some good DC references and stuff.
Very good ones.
The thing for me that was weirdest about it was that a lot of the voice acting was very much just like celebrity in a voice booth.
Yes.
My biggest gripe was Dwayne Johnson's
Dwayne, and then Lex Luthor was just Mark Maron.
Oh no, Lex Luthor
Mark Maron
for me at all.
Yeah. That was a weird choice.
I
had to look that up. I was
was
like, whose voice is that? And I was like, Mark Maron.
What were the guys' names? Like Wally and Barry or whatever, the fire and ice guys, but Thomas Middleditch and Ben Schwartz.
Yeah.
And my kids love Ben Schwartz because that's Sonic.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I think I told
yeah.
Shepard that too, and he's a huge Sonic fan. So
I know. I heard that voice. I'm like, it's fucking Sonic, isn't it? I'm like, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Well, and
Yeah.
the funny thing
Yeah.
is that my kids are like totally into it because he's the voice of Sonic. And then on Nickelodeon, in that new Rise of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Ben Schwartz is
everything now.
He's Leonardo.
Yeah.
Oh wow, wow. I would not even. Wow.
But Ben Schwartz and Thomas Middleditch have a on. They've done all sorts of, like, if you know from the College Humor days, they did all sorts of stuff with Jake and Amir, the two of them. But they also they've got a improv special on Netflix that put together that's like really, really, really funny. So
is it? I have to check it out.
So yeah, definitely check it out. It's just a classic improv show. But it's
I like both of them. I like both of them a lot. I mean, I was like, I've said this before too. Is like when the first Sonic came out, I was kind of about him as the voice of Sonic, but when I saw the second one, I was like, yeah, he's Sonic. I'm good.
You know, the second one, when like I was about the first one, and then I saw the second one, I was like, no, this one was actually like, I dug this. I dug this one.
Yeah, because they didn't have to establish they didn't have to do the foundation of the origin story and everything.
They cut out the whole wedding subplot. I
didn't like that. I didn't like that.
No, but it was worth it for that shot of her stepping off the golf cart, swiping the champagne bottle with it.
Yeah, that was kind of cool.
The whole wedding subplot was worth it just for that shot to exist in film history.
Okay, that was kind of cool. I'll give it that, but it was a weird.
I will
subplot.
say, as far as all of us that are on this panel right now, when you see something like that actually take place, because look, Sonic back in the day, fire video games, and shit, but then you see like it's moving towards. They're making a movie out of it. The first one, obviously, you were skeptical. We were probably all skeptical. And when you actually see the movie, you're like, that shit was kind of fire. And then the second one comes out. And
10 years ago, it would have been like a porcupine that gets teleported into a video game. I mean, like
falls into some ooze or something.
It's like, yo, you guys did it correctly. I can give zero hate to
imagine if they kept the initial design, man. I'm so glad they changed it.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, and changing the design was worth it for the running joke in the Chippendale Frisky Range.
Well, and
then
was like,
you've got.
I know.
I watched it with my kids, and they were cracking up at Ugly Sonic. They're 4 and 6. They were losing their shit at Ugly Sonic, and meanwhile, I'm losing my shit at like the like, oh, that's a strong cheese.
And Larry Fong did was the director of photography.
Yeah. Well, he told me on Twitter, he's like, there's a ton of cameos we had to cut. I was like, what? How do you cut cameos from that movie?
Well, and the funny thing was that I think I enjoyed that movie more than my kids did. Because all the references were for me.
Yeah, they were all for adults. My kids were like, they didn't know what was going on. I was like, oh my God. Oh, look at that. They were just like, what, dude?
Well, down. There's enough in there that my kids get that once I get them on the Easter egg hunt mode, then they aren't as interested in the plot, but they'll go to like Comic-Con, and I was like, oh, look at for the people, and they know who Rick and Morty are, like from commercials and stuff, or they know, and so they'll be like, they love watching to Shepard watches for. I'm teaching him cinema language by teaching him about clues, and so I'll be like, oh, the camera's pushing in, buddy. That means that they're thinking about something, and so now we're watching something. And he'll be like, Dad, I found a clue. I think he's thinking about something. And I'm like,
hey, Ton, when they emphasize a really close up of somebody doing something real quick,
it means
that's
going
to come into play.
Yeah.
That happened in because I saw Beast, and there's like a specific thing that happens in there. I'm like, oh, you guys really zoomed in on that thing, and that's gonna come into play. I know it. And then sure enough, of course,
and while I don't think it's as creative or as smart, I do appreciate the fact that Chippendales Rescue Rangers, the movie, was basically this generation's Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Yeah.
And but also like the people involved in it stuff. There's some stuff in it that is like really creative though. That is more than just like. Obviously, nothing about it is cookie cutter, but stuff like having the one have the CGI surgery and like having them mismatched the whole time. Like I was expecting like, oh, they're gonna get them on the same animation. Like no, that's just they've got different animation styles. Or you've got like Seth Rogen showing up. Or even just the voice casting, having damn,
was the voices?
why am I? It's
Can't remember.
Andy Samberg and
Samberg, right?
John Mulaney.
John Mulaney, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Mulaney. Okay.
And
like
and in the
perfect
fact of all
casting.
the cameos, for us the children born in the 80s, and grew up in the 90s, it was really great that when cameos showed up and they got the original voices.
Yeah.
Like so it's like, wow, I haven't heard that voice in forever, and it's. And people like didn't believe some of us when we were like, no, like seriously, go Disney Plus, like check this movie
and
out.
Some of the characters they do stuff with, especially that's on Disney Plus, because some of the characters they do stuff with where you're like, wait, the IP, like ironically in this movie that's commenting on IP ownership and stuff, then it's like, wait, they allowed you to do that with Monterey Jack?
Yeah, Monterey Jack, that was awesome.
I was like Leonardo DiCaprio in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I'm like. Yeah.
Yeah.
The kids are like, oh, I don't get it.
Why are you doing that, Dad? Stop freaking out.
When they say like, what do they call the Pete or the Peter Pan? What was the nickname they gave?
Oh, he was retired and no one was hiring him again.
Right, but I can't remember. It was one of those things where they gave a name to him, and you're always trying to think ahead.
It was Petey, I think.
Petey?
Something Petey.
But they were teasing him leading up to it. They were like, "Oh, the big P is gonna be upset or whatever." I'm like, "Who is it?" And then finally they revealed it, and I was like, "A, that's hilarious. B, they let you do that to that character."
Well, it's kind of like remember like when you watch Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and they've got like Disney cartoons and Looney Tunes.
Yeah,
and I'm like
together.
And together, and
Betty Boop is there too. I don't know.
Betty
Boop.
Boop.
Is she owned by?
I think she's.
It's not either one of them, right?
No, it wasn't either one of them.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing, and once again, it's this idea. But Chippendale is the same thing, where you're like, how did you get the rights to all these characters?
Batman and E.T. and Sonic and Rick and Morty and like
Disney characters.
It was Sweet Pete, played by Will Arnett.
Yeah, Will Arnett, of course.
Will Arnett played.
Yes,
I did hear about that. Yes, I did hear about that. I saw that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch that tomorrow.
Oh God,
I'm gonna watch it again.
I totally forgot about it. I totally forgot.
No, it's like what was that movie Jim Henson's son made? Murder or the
oh God, that was
the
horrible.
Muppet murder movie.
Oh man,
that was not good.
But it's like what that.
It's not good.
It's almost like what that wanted to be. But maybe toned down a little bit, but with actual branded characters instead of like knockoffs.
That was so bad.
But like you watch the trailer for that, and you think about what it could be. Like this is that. It was kind of crazy what they got away with.
God. Yeah, don't ever see that movie. I don't know what happened. I love Melissa McCarthy, but it seems like the latest things that she makes is just all just.
I've heard it's her husband.
Yes,
if her husband
they're bad
is
together. They are bad
as a producer, then it's gonna
divorced.
Be bad. But the stuff that she does, like with Apatow or any of that stuff,
yeah, that's all great.
The principal's office scene from This Is 40, where they just like there's like the reel at the end credits where it's just she just went.
Yes, no, she's funny. She's absolutely great, but it just seems like the latest stuff she's been in. It's like, what happened? What are you doing? What's going on?
Someone
like
who's seen like every episode of Gilmore Girls at least twice.
Yeah,
like she's great.
My wife is a gigantic Gilmore Girls fan. She has all the seasons, and I've watched
Melissa
that.
McCarthy is great in that.
Yeah, she's great as Suki.
I didn't even know she was in that.
Yeah, she was a recurring character. I mean, a pretty regular character in that show. And I've seen those episodes like 500,000 times because like my wife watches it like crazy. And it was cool to see her like doing different roles after a while and being funny, you know. But
yeah,
what's the movie with her and Sandra Bullock, the cop?
The
Heat.
Yeah.
That movie's hilarious.
Well, I never saw that, but that GIF of "read the book."
Oh yeah, you use that a lot. Oh yeah, I mean it's like.
I think that movie's fire and it's hilarious, but there's one particular line. I'll never forget it because the first time I heard it, I literally spilled my guts like laughing at that shit. The Heat, she comes in there and she's talking to Sandra Bullock, and they're talking about going and doing some shit, and she's like, "Well, I'm not." What did she say? She said something about, "I'm not the one who goes to sleep dressed in a fucking tux." Because Sandra Bullock has on like a pajama suit.
That's it. Yeah.
That's it. I was done.
Yeah.
I was done. After that joke, that shit was funny as fuck. Like when it landed, it was pretty funny.
Happy Time Murders.
Yeah.
What it was called.
That was that.
Don't watch it. Don't watch
It's not good. huh?
The trailer
good.
did. Let's put it this way: the trailer did not inspire me to want to watch it.
Wait,
Oh,
is that
man.
the one
Did
with
you
the
watch
puppet?
it at home or in
Yes.
the
Yeah.
theaters?
The puppet.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I watched in the theaters.
Oh,
I paid for that shit because I was like, hey, this could be something pretty awesome. And I was just the whole time I was going, what the fuck? I mean, they are trying way too hard. This is not good. I mean, there is a stupid there's a sex scene with a puppet that has a lot of fluids, and it is like, oh yeah, it's really
That was in the
bad.
trailer. Like
that was the
Yeah,
trailer.
yeah.
It was in the
Yeah, you didn't see the trailer.
Yeah, yeah.
The trailer is-
Oh yeah, and it
like-
just keeps on
like
going.
Chris
It keeps
said, it
on
just fucking-
going. It keeps on going. Where I was like, Jesus Christ! Nobody said, "Hey, you may want to cut this like in half." This scene is horrible. Yeah, it
was
is
like feeling
so
embarrassed for the directors.
Oh, I felt
Like-
bad. I felt bad for Melissa McCarthy. I'm like, you got your like, what? Why are you in this? Why are you in this?
You're like, get
This is
out!
bad." Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ! It's so
Apparently, she was cast as Ursula in the live-action Little Mermaid movie.
bad. Yeah, that's
really?
right.
The new one?
Is that still happening?
Yeah, that's still
it's
happening, I
the
guess.
Disney, the Rob Marshall one.
Oh,
Yeah,
because
with-
there's two versions, right?
with Halle Bailey. Yeah, I think, or that other
I
one
don't
though. It feels like it's been in development hell forever. But there was supposed to be, there was supposed to be one like Pinocchio. There was the Del Toro one and the,
And then the Geppetto one.
Right. Because let's remind people that Disney does not own the rights to public domain characters. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I'll give it that the live action Jungle Book movie was actually pretty damn good. Jon
It was
Favreau
good.
knocked it
I
out of
still
the
need to
park.
see that
It was
one
really
because
good.
everyone
You really
says
do.
that.
Dude,
And
it's really good. It's really good. But I also enjoyed the Andy Serkis version that was a lot more
Mowgli.
prettier.
Mowgli, that was really good too. It was really weird that there was two of them at once. I was like, I don't understand. I thought I was being punked. I was like, I don't understand. Am I watching the wrong one?
That was one
I
of
don't
those
get
Warner
it.
Brothers movies that they offloaded on Netflix because Circus made it for Warner Brothers, and Warner Brothers was like, "Nah, we don't want this."
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I
Same thing
thought
with
that
Sandman, right?
Yeah.
I thought that Guy Ritchie's Aladdin was actually really good too. That one was.
It was
a
better
weird
than
one.
I thought it was going to be.
And
I
the
didn't like
trailers
it.
weren't great, but when I saw it, Will Smith as Genie really warmed up on me.
Yeah.
And then they also added like a subplot that because I was like, they can't just do a straight. I think that and that's what benefits it the most is unlike the other adaptations, it actually gets a little bit of plot fleshing out that made it
See, the one that I always appreciated the most because I haven't seen a lot. I almost like on principle decide to like not watch them. But the one that I did watch and I was like, at least this was original was Dumbo.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry.
Because Dumbo felt like a Tim Burton movie. Like,
Yeah, it did. It did.
That's the live action Disney movie that felt like the director put his stamp on. I mean, Guy Ritchie, like Aladdin, there's some parts of it where I was like, that's a Guy Ritchieism, but then it kind of went, and then it just didn't feel like a Guy Ritchie movie. But Dumbo, yes, Scott, thank you for saying that.
Dumbo
because,
had like
I
more
thought
of
it was
an
great.
original feel to it.
Also
it was
because
cooler,
Dumbo, the original movie was only like an hour. Like it's super short.
Yes.
It's a tripped out movie too, Dumbo. Like,
it's a very
the animated movie. Like I was watching my kids a while back, and I was like, "Well, this is kind of weird."
I was
like,
shocked
I don't
they
think
kept the racist.
I don't think
A lot
they
of
should be
those
watching
whole
this.
Disney
Yeah,
they were tripping on something when they were making that shit.
totally.
Tasha, Jesus Christ.
Because they also made it short to save some money because I think the movie before it like didn't do well. I used to listen to what's it called?
How did this get made?
No. Andy DiGenova, who does Holy Batcast, the podcast. He does a podcast called Disorder, and they watch every Disney animated movie in release order. And I learned some things when I listened to their Dumbo episode. It was like, oh no, they were like churning this sucker out really quick, cheap, Like, let's just get one out. Let's recoup some money, kind of deal.
And the VFX were really good. Like the Dumbo, like the whole time you watch Dumbo, I was like, I want to hug this little fucker. I'm like, God damn it! I just want to hold on to him because he's so adorable, and he's like, just the situation he's in sucks. Everything. I mean, it just. And then you had Danny DeVito, you had Michael Keaton, you had Colin
Ava
Farrell.
Green.
Oh my God! I mean, there was just the cast was fantastic.
It was but it was a Burton cast. Like, you're looking at going,
yeah.
This was Burton's ensemble.
Yes, it really was. God, so I don't like to use underrated, but that movie underrated.
Have you guys seen
Underappreciated, I should say.
the live action Cinderella adaptation on Amazon?
I never
Prime?
saw it.
No.
It's like it's absolutely insane. It feels like you're on crack when you're watching it, from as it's been described to me. But it's like my kids were watching it one time, and it was one of those things where like I sat down and I got sucked into it, not because it was like really good, but because it was
so
like,
weird.
I was like trying to figure out. It's like watching a train wreck, and you're like, their cars are done piling up now, right? And you're like, no, there's still. You're like, no, there's like a mile
room
of cars
for more.
coming. I gotta get
Room for more.
It's like,
Well, you know, some
like, oh,
kids
wow.
movies do that though. I mean, like they're just
Like,
kind of
because it goes
a little off.
It gives 170% at every second, and it's got all this like pop music and stuff in it. That's just like it is absolutely insane how hard it goes. Like it goes way too hard for.
I didn't watch Beauty and the Beast either. I didn't watch Beauty and the Beast either. I just wasn't like with those live actions. I didn't.
I thought it was all right. I thought it was all
It was
right.
okay.
See, my problem with Beauty and the Beast is when it comes to the Disney Renaissance movies, that one is my favorite. So I was like, no, I'm not.
Why
I'm
is
not
Beauty
gonna,
and the Beast your favorite?
Because, are you being
cut
a
right to the
dick, or do you
core.
really want to know?
Because of the library, because of the books.
The books.
It doesn't hurt. I'm not going to say that. But no.
Belle loves her books.
It's because you're so beastly.
You just
Scott.
replied to me with a gif of the library the other day, so I was.
It's funny before you go, Scott, because I legitimately want to know, but they're just giving you shit for it. I'm like, no, I'm interested. Like, what?
Belle loves to read. You know, it's, that's their favorite pastime.
The thing about Beauty and the Beast, because it was.
Oh, here we go.
I'm just remembering the gift that you sent Steven the other day.
Yes,
That's where this is all stemming
This is where it's all stemming from, yes.
Continue, Steve.
Okay.
Scott, go ahead.
Because the music and lyrics are written by Howard Ashman and Alan Menken, who did Little Mermaid. And before then, they're the duo that did Little Shop of Horrors. So,
great movie.
What I love about Beauty and the Beast is that as an animated film, it is perfectly structured like a Broadway musical. Like Disney makes musical movies, but Beauty and the Beast has that musical structure. So when you think about when Disney started adapting their animated movies into Broadway musicals, what was the first one they adapted? Beauty and the Beast, because it's already built and written like a Broadway musical. So when I watched it, and it's the one Disney Renaissance movie I missed in theaters. I don't know why I skipped it. I just did. But when I saw it, I was like, oh, this is perfectly structured. I love this. The songs are fantastic. And that's why I love Beauty and the Beast. When I was a kid, I liked Aladdin for obvious reasons, Robin Williams. But as I got a little older, I appreciated the artistry of Beauty and the Beast.
Yes.
There's some animation work in that even today when I watch it, I'm like, I'm not entirely sure how they did that. Like, just it gets this like glowing look about it. That's like just
yes, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Where it's like I don't think it was too early to be a CG insert or something. It's just
the ballroom is the only CG thing.
That's the CG part,
But at the same time, every time I've seen it in later years, when I've seen that ballroom scene, I've looked at it like, no. They fucking illustrated this. Get the fuck out of here. Even though I know that, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just, it has
because
to look.
they can't do that kind of like rotating shot in 3D today without making it stand out awkwardly.
I got that. I got that. What I'm saying is, like, when I look at it, though, at the same time, I'm like, tell me somebody illustrated this. Because it's fire. It's fire. It's a fire say. It's a fire shot, man. Like when it goes across the
And by the way, and it's also one of those movies that, like, my dad talks about taking my aunt when she was a child to go see Robin Hood, and how much he loved Robin Hood because he recognized all the voices. Like he was old
Robin
enough.
Hood is a great animated movie.
So I don't appreciate it that much. I'm more of a Sword in the Stone kind of guy.
Sword in the Stone is a fabulous movie.
That was always
fabulous
a classic
movie
for us.
But so Beauty and the Beast is one of those where I go, I love the supporting characters because, like, oh, it's Angela Lansbury, it's Jerry Orbach, it's David Ogden Stiers. Like, it's like
the classics.
I know all you people. I've seen the things with all of you.
And things with your faces in it. Yeah,
I think that's right. The reason why, like, I cannot appreciate the live action so much because it's so ingrained. The cartoon version.
It really is, and
it just bothers me that the songs are somewhat different. It's just like I can't get past it. I know I'm not. I mean, like nostalgia trap, but
in Aladdin, I thought that Will Smith kind of made it his own, as opposed to trying to copy. Which that was good, but I mean, I still kept envisioning Robin Williams and how much better it was. But then again, it was a cartoon. But it's also Robin Williams, so he can do anything, and he'll do it really good. But you're talking about CGI shots, like the ballroom scene was CGI, and then like the lion in Aladdin was CGI, and then I think a lot of the escape from that.
The escape on the carpet is all.
It's all CGI.
It's all CGI.
At the time, I remember when I was a kid, I was like, "Wow, this is amazing!"
And that Sega Genesis level was tough as shit. By the way,
I played that game on there. Yes, yeah, you're right.
I will not speak on the difficulty.
Oh man,
I will not speak on the difficulty and or the swear words that came out of my mouth.
I think I also played it on Game Gear too. I think I had a version on Game Gear.
And that was so frustrating. Was those Disney games, particularly Aladdin?
They were hard
as hell. The Sega versions were so much better than the Super Nintendo versions, and I just never understood that.
You're right. Even the Star Wars games, like the Sega versions, were.
You were absolutely correct on that, dude. Like we in my household, it was all Nintendo. But man,
me too.
My cousin had the Genesis. Oh, did I love going to his house, playing Streets of Rage, playing Sonic, playing. Oh man, I mean, Jesus Christ! When you got that Sega, when you got
there were some really cool Sega titles.
Blood and Mortal Kombat.
Yeah. Mortal Kombat. Yes.
Yeah. You the blood code.
Fucking World PG. Mortal Kombat.
It's embedded in my head.
But I will say with Nintendo, especially. Oh, we have bots in the chat.
That always happens
with Nintendo. And especially Super Nintendo, I thought that all the Super Star Wars games were fabulous. I loved all those games. Super Star Wars, Super Empire Strikes Back, Super Return of the Jedi. They were all really good. And those are games that were exclusive to the console. You couldn't get those on Sega Genesis.
My favorite Super Nintendo game to this day, especially console exclusive, A Link to the Past, because it was my favorite Zelda game.
Very good game.
And it's so great because Liam, who's 9, we just downloaded Breath of the Wild on his Switch, and it's just so funny hearing like little dun, 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 dun. Like you are so into Zelda right now, and it's great.
It like makes you smile. You're like, especially with like Sony PlayStation later on, it was like all the Final Fantasy games would go on PlayStation. They wouldn't go on Super or on 64 or whatever was out then. I remember like, all the Final Fantasy games would go to PlayStation. Yes,
it's kind of funny when it came to Nintendo. It was like Nintendo and Super Nintendo, huge hit, and then there of course was what was the one after that? Was there something after that?
64.
No, 64 was good. GameCube is where it fell off. Like
that's
it
where it fell off. Well, same thing with Sega as well. I mean, Sega had Sega Saturn, and that's where it fell. That's where it completely fell.
Remember Sega CD? Sega CD was like a revolutionary. It was like holy shit. It's a
Dreamcast was the one that was like the
Dreamcast
off the boat.
Yeah, dude. I remember playing like I think I played NFL like 2K, and me and my friends were like, "Oh my god, you see this looks so real." We were so like mesmerized.
I was at a lock-in where someone was playing that on Dreamcast, and I had to go over and be like, "Are you guys watching a game?" And they're like, "No, we're playing." And the idea of that happening in 2003 or whatever is like really funny to me now. Like I'll watch like more modern Madden stuff and then be like, there's no way that this actually looked real enough for me to think it was real in 2003. But like,
You can't look back at games back then. It just looks terrible.
Oh, dude! Like when I got PlayStation 2 and I played Madden 2004. Oh man! I mean, it was just it was like an upgrade of like you could see their breath in the cold.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
I saw the sweat when he took his helmet off. I saw the steam come up.
Yes, there was like grass. There was grass in the mask. What the fuck?
That happened
problem with
games,
Sega as well.
especially with Spider-Man. I thought, the Spider-Man 1 and 2 games from PlayStation. I just, 1 or 2 years back, I was just checking it out because I love those games so much, and I was like, I don't remember this looking so, shitty. Because the graphics were so old, and I thought that it would look great at that.
It's like Metal Gear Solid. When that came out, it was like revolutionary, and it was only on PlayStation. And then when you go back to play it again, the graphics look horrible. But then,
it's
it's
funny because like it's still a good game.
It's still
you remember it being like, whoa, this is photorealistic, and then you go back and like his head is like from Minecraft. It's like a Minecraft square.
Yeah, it's just like a big polygon. You know what I mean? There's no definition on it. You're just like, oh well. Still,
you got that weird Tomb Raider chest is like a
yeah.
Oh yeah.
But Metal Gear Solid was that was something else. I mean, when that game came out, that was the first time I felt like I was actually playing a real action movie, like kind of like The Rock, you know what I mean? Like I was playing like a really good movie, and so that was really cool. And it had a good soundtrack.
See,
sound
Casey, you weren't around when we were just playing like these little games that were just.
Yeah, I used to play those too. Like
okay,
the video
good.
games
Okay, good.
Contra,
So
we used to have pages.
Contra. Okay, at least the fact that you said Contra.
Yeah, Contra just got you brownie points, Casey.
It was great because we had this one cassette thing that had like 100 games. So it was so awesome.
Lucky you.
They've got these devices that has like thousands of games.
I know, right? The emulator.
Meanwhile, we had one game that was in a cartridge this fucking big.
Yeah.
If it didn't work,
you're blowing it.
Yep.
Oh, by the way, did any of you? Who knows if it's still on HBO Max because everything's disappearing off HBO Max right now? But did any of you watch 8-Bit Christmas?
No, I
don't.
Yeah, is it still on there?
Yes. That movie was fucking a fire.
It was like a Christmas story for our generation. Like,
I gotta watch it.
You know what? I kept hearing. Damn it! I need to. Okay, I'm gonna try to look.
yeah. I'm gonna look it up right now to see if it still exists on HBO Max.
It should still be on there.
Yeah, is it still?
I think a lot of people talked about it, so I think Zaslav's like, keep it. We're good. We're
good. Dave, and Chris, if you, Chris, have you seen 8-Bit Christmas?
I'm sorry. Oh,
I was asking you, Chris, have you seen 8-Bit Christmas?
No, not yet.
It's still there, by the way.
It's still there. It's still there.
There it is.
I am
watching.
There it
is. This movie it hits no matter what you're doing. So I'm gonna tell you right now, it's nowhere near Christmas. It's fucking. We still got a few months till Christmas. If you turn this movie on 5 minutes after the stream is over with,
which I might do.
It's fire. It's a dope ass movie, and it's it hits on like a lot of chords with like when look when we were kids. It's just we want a Nintendo.
Oh man,
we can't get a Nintendo. Why? Because they're sold out everywhere. This movie hits on all those notes.
It gets on all that.
All the memories that
was. Well, it's like movies like Kung Fury. Like Kung Fury. I mean, my God, that movie is just absolutely amazing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, aren't they supposed to make like a full length movie on that? What happened with that? And like Michael Fassbender was like,
it's still happening. It's got Schwarzenegger in it, and it's like
and Michael Fassbender was supposed to be in it too, or something too.
Yeah.
I thought. No, but that movie, that's another one. That's on Netflix, I think, right? Isn't it on Netflix? I think. But that's another one of those movies. I mean, that was like
it's on YouTube and Netflix.
Yeah.
Was that the one that they just announced that Arnold's going to be the president?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there was that, and like Michael Fassbender is going to be in it too. I thought I remember hearing his name too. like attached to it or something. I don't know, but
it's got a lot of people attached to it. That
David Hasselhoff needs to come back and sing the song.
He is. No, he's in it.
He's in it. Oh, cool.
I'm trying to look it up now because
isn't that crazy though about Hasselhoff? How like in Germany he was like a really big singer, like a pop singer, and he had a huge following and a huge fandom around David Hasselhoff as a singer.
Yeah.
But then here in the U.S. he was just known for Baywatch and as, being an actor. But in
and
Germany,
Knight Rider.
Knight
Rider. But then in Germany he was like this huge star. It was crazy. It was like, what the hell?
That's what happened.
Twilight Zone.
It's what happens, but I mean, what was great about Knight Rider is like anytime I watched it, I'm like, oh, Mr. Feeney is the voice of Knight Rider,
and that's so funny to me because for a whole generation, they're like, oh, Mr. Feeney was the voice of Kit, and I'm like, no, the voice of Kit was Mr. Feeney.
Yeah, this came out before Boy Meets World. Sorry, guys, but Anthony, you got to take off.
Yes, sir. I got to bounce, man.
Yeah, thank you for joining.
Some rest.
Cool. I'll see you in
Black
Black Adam.
For sure. What's up? Who says?
I'll see you in Black
Adam. dude, those fakes that Fear Jason make with you on
they're
it.
good.
He did one with you, Dave. Just
I know he did with me. It doesn't look as good. Doesn't look as good as
Doesn't look as good. Yeah.
Yo, I will say that's fire art. I can't.
Yeah, he's a mad musician when it comes to those.
But it's been a pleasure, man, to finally make it on because I know it's been a few weeks since I've been able to come on here.
Yeah, no problem, man.
Some stuff going on. Yeah, we've had some talks or whatever. But appreciate you having me on, and everybody else.
Later, Anthony. I'll see you later, man.
Peace out.
Anthony. See you soon. But what were we talking about for that?
Kung Fury 2.
Kung Fury 2.
Has,
what it is?
Arnold Schwarzenegger and Fassbender in it. But here's the funny part. Alexandra Shipp, she was Storm, I think. And,
Storm in Apocalypse.
Plays a character named Ray Porter. Rey.
What?
No shit.
No way.
Somebody tell Ray.
Is that coincidence?
Hey, Ray Porter.
That is hilarious.
Yeah, I'm
you
gonna
might get a kick out of it too.
By the way, I'm still appreciating all the love Ray Porter's getting right now because with the Terminal List on Amazon and he reads all those books, he's staying. He is staying on the New York Times audiobook bestseller list. And it's so nice to see all the Jack, like the first Jack Carr book and the last Jack Carr book are both in the top 10. It's just so nice to see read by Ray Porter.
His voice is incredible.
So incredible.
I've heard him read things many times, and his take on it is on the literature is just it's so good. And he doesn't have to try. Like he says it with so much like he has that deep masculine voice, but he picks up on all the emotion and exactly what the scene is bringing you just by the way that he presents each word. Well, it's just done so well.
And speaking of Sandman earlier, he does a bunch of stuff in the Sandman audio drama.
Audio drama.
But I'm normally pretty good about picking up voice actors, and I typically had to go back and track down who he was because it would come and go, and there'd be so much just the. Because he played a bunch of bit parts in it too, and there was episodes where I wouldn't notice him, and then it'd be like Ray Porter, and I was like, wait, who the fuck was
he?
Ray
Can
Porter
do a
in that
ton
one?
of voices and a ton of accents too, and
I mean that's why when it came to this is again reason number 1036 why we love Zack Snyder is oh no, that's the dude that's gonna be Darkseid. You hear his voice, and of course WB was like, no, we need a name. We need somebody who's gonna no, fuck you. That's the guy. That's the voice I want. You hear that fucking voice? That's who I want to be Darkseid. And of course he fucking nailed it. And you hear that voice, it sends chills down to your goddamn taint. I mean, my God. That's right,
Yes,
Ray. You sent chills down on my damn. That's sorry. Anyways, but yeah.
I still remember when that Darkseid commercial went on YouTube, and we got to hear that whole speech of an anti-life will be mine. And we're just
Jesus Christ. No, it's just so cool when somebody as cool as that guy is getting the recognition that he deserves. You know.
Oh yeah.
That was another thing I liked about with Sandman is they took the oldest game and intercut it with when Lucifer is like anti-life, and then it cuts to Darkseid.
Yeah, that edit was
from
great.
CJL. And then I don't want to spoil it, but it incorporates other stuff from the movies it goes through the scene. So for anyone who knows what I'm talking about, you probably know what I'm talking about. If you don't, you'll find out when you watch Sandman on Netflix, streaming now.
I mean, that was a direct reference, I would imagine. Like when I saw the episode, he's like, "I am," when they said, "I am anti-life."
What is the comics version of that?
Well, that's the thing is for anyone who
I hadn't read the comics, so like when I heard that, I was like,
DC,
my
so
jaw
it is
dropped.
anti-life.
I was like,
it is the anti-life, and also in the solution to anti-life, like look at Grant Morrison's anti-life equation. That is the solution to anti-life. That's why they go after Superman in the Justice League movies because I don't know, I'm like struggling between explaining a plot we know and a plot that is spoiler without.
just go for it, dude. Go for it.
Who cares? Who cares?
Dive right in.
But hope is the solution to anti-life, and that's why he needs to take out Lois Lane as the key, and that's like a DC Comics thing. And so it was really cool to like, and also I remember reading that, or actually I heard the audio drama first, and I remember hearing the oldest game play out there and thinking, because I had just written something about that where I was like, the solution to anti-life is hope, and then it like builds it up and says it in the book, and I was like, damn, that's like so cool to be able to know like from the mythos and the lore, like the equation itself, and then to have it play out.
And Stephen, to your point though, when Gaiman wrote that was before Grant Morrison had written his equation.
Yeah.
Yes, because you got to remember, Sandman #1 came out in 1988. The series ran from 1988 to 1996.
Wow.
The original run was 75 issues.
And Morrison would have made the anti-life equation in what, early 2000s? Is that how?
I'm going to double check that because it was in his Seven Soldiers of Victory.
Okay.
And that was published in 2005, 2006.
Okay. Well, at least I had the timeline right on that one.
It's still though. I mean, it's like when you talk about how.
But so even he was taking DC lore that already existed, as he does. Right, and spinning something fresh out of classic lore.
That's cool.
That's awesome.
I have to admit, that's what I love about that period that's referred to as the British invasion of comics. When Karen Berger was there and they created Vertigo. I mean, when you bring in Grant Morrison and Alan Moore and Neil Gaiman and Alan Grant and all these British writers, like it really did like just give this shot in the arm to the comics industry, and it's I love it so much. It's why those books. I mean, I wish I was old enough in the late 80s to have actually been like buying these books because now they're the ones I love to go back and revisit.
Well, because they're the ones that like. Even in the 80s, like there's comics that are like doing some not that they're not all interesting and fresh, but like there's comics that like do something new and different and bring a twist to it and reinvent stuff, and then there's stuff that's like fill in the blanks. Oh, it's a Batman Joker story, so I know that X, Y, and Z is going to happen, and like what cameos are going to be, whatever.
Or a Riddler Batman story that
Yeah, I don't want to talk about that. We can talk about that.
Nope. I just had to make the joke. That's the video I'm.
You brought it up. You brought it up.
No, that's the video I'm going to be making.
Is that this weekend?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, because it's total bullshit. But anyway.
Yep.
Wazoo.
Sorry.
I know. You totally derailed him.
Wow. Suck the air out of the room, Dave.
I totally did. I'm sorry.
You didn't have to bring that up. You didn't have to go there.
100 people off the street who have casually heard of Batman and Riddler. Put them in a room and tell them to write a Batman story. 99 of them are going to be this story. Anyway, so continue. as we were saying, But yeah,
Long
but you
Halloween.
read stuff like
Long Halloween.
you get. I mean, Long Halloween, Hush, like it goes on. The Arkham games, like
Zero Year, because I mean Snyder and Capullo, or even like
the Dark Knight just swap Joker with Riddler. Like it's even more. It's an even closer association. Like it's
Yeah.
Oh, so we are talking about this now, or should I try to switch back?
Oh no!
But no, but as I said, but so obviously, so you get stuff that's I don't know, formulaic isn't necessarily the right word, because I think there still can be interesting stuff in formula, but also then you get like Sandman and Swamp Thing and like there's just like something totally different than what everybody else is doing and has been doing up to that time. Watchmen, like. Although Watchmen is funny because speaking of formula, that's kind of it embraces or rejects, but it's all about the formula. But yeah,
while also taking characters that previously existed and you weren't allowed to use those characters, so you basically just made shadow homages to characters.
You probably have the answer to this. This is just me speculating, but I feel like a lot of that also was kind of gave Frank Miller what he needed to make The Dark Knight.
Oh, absolutely. Well, actually, because Dark Knight Returns came out before Watchmen, literally the last issue of Dark Knight Returns came out the same month that the first issue of Watchmen came out.
Oh man, what a
1986 was a year, guys.
Top Gun came out.
Crisis on Infinite Earths was that happening right then also.
Yes, it was.
And but okay, so it wasn't necessarily Watchmen, but what I meant specifically was like the and not even necessarily the British influence specifically, but just let's do some crazy shit was like in the water already.
Well, and the best thing about Dark Knight Returns was because that was DC's way of getting Frank Miller away from Marvel. Because you got to remember, you take about 50, 60, 70% of what you know about Daredevil, and Frank Miller created it.
Yeah.
Like, watch that Netflix show and all that. That's Frank freaking Miller all over
the black suit. The black
that's what's
suit.
ridiculous to me, though,
right?
is that the Daredevil season 1, 2, and 3 is basically the Man with No Fear, and then Born Again. And then the middle book is like part of Born Again. Defenders sets up Born Again, and so it's so like the second Netflix is like, we're doing Daredevil Born Again, or when Disney Plus is like, we're doing Daredevil Born Again, I was like, no, you're not.
No, you're not. Netflix already did that book.
And then they're like, he's in a yellow suit, and I was like, oh, so you mean you're doing Daredevil Yellow by Jeff Loeb, not Daredevil Born Again by Frank Miller? Like what? Like.
They wanted the title.
They wanted the title, but that was how DC got Frank. Was they were like, you can take any character you want, do whatever you want. So the Dark Knight Returns was one of those. Editorial was like hands off. It was like, Frank, do what you want, and his wife at the time, Lynn Verley, who did the colors. That's why you get that really interesting watercolor look, because it was completely that something.
The art on those is well. That's why that's what's so weird too about Disney Plus going with Born Again. Not just that Netflix already did that, but that like the Jeff Loeb, Mark Waid stuff that came after Born Again, that was like, hey, let's give him a yellow costume, let's bring him out of this darkness a little bit, is like so suited to like a natural kind of soft reboot of the character, and that's exactly what that was in the comics. And so to have that like served up to you on a platter, and then be like, no, we're gonna make a reference to the Frank Miller story we already did, and they're definitely not doing the Frank Miller version of that story on Disney Plus. Like, it's just so
PG
weird.
So this is kind of like a nice little transition to like, who has watched She-Hulk? Who here?
Not yet.
Okay, so not Scott.
I'm the only one.
I'm
Casey?
interested, but I saw that
I've
clip
seen
on the
it.
timeline that was like a Twitter thread in dialogue.
So I mean, okay, so most of us have seen it because I saw it and I did my little first reaction. Chris has seen it, Casey. We won't give any spoilers. Not like there's any spoilers to
But
give.
let me ask you this:
Okay. Yes.
the CGI.
Okay. Okay. So
It didn't blow me away. I'll say
when
that.
you first see like Banner, the smart Hulk, it looks fine. Like there's certain times where it's like everything looks good, but then when they're outside and they're doing the montage of stuff, it gets
washed out.
really wonky. It gets really wonky. Where it's like, oh, okay, now it's. But when they're like when there's when you see when you see Banner Smart Hulk, because obviously we know that he's Smart Hulk and he could talk as Hulk and blah blah blah. There's like the first time you see him and he's like talking and they're like in a kind of like an enclosed area. It looks actually, I was actually going, all right, that actually looks good. But it's when like they do this montage of like him trying to help her out and like a whole training montage, training how she could. It gets really like, oh, okay, this is where it gets ugly.
Is there a lot of variety in lighting conditions?
Yeah.
It was too bright. It was like, man, do it in the dark.
Yeah.
Well, not just in the dark, but like whatever lighting it is. Like the more they do different lighting, the like you're like to do a montage of a character like that in a bunch of different environments is like, oh man, like turn a molehill into a mountain for a VFX artist. Like you're not going to allow them to use the same texture and lighting resources across the board. They've got to like do. Well, they've got to create entire environments for 2-second shots.
Professor
one
Hulk
reason
didn't
I
look too
want
bad.
to watch
Hulk looked good, I thought, for the most part. But I thought she looked kind of bad in a lot of different shots, where it was just kind of like it just didn't look very clean.
And that hurts me because like the one thing that makes me want to watch She-Hulk is Tatiana, because
she's great.
She does a great job.
I love Orphan Black. Like Orphan Black was fabulous. If you've not
I've
seen
heard that.
show.
It's on my list too.
Oh my God, is that her?
Yes,
that's her. Yes,
wow,
she's in Orphan Black.
I didn't realize that.
No, like
that was a while ago.
Scott, she's great. She's great. She's really good. She nails it, and everything about it. And but it gets a little, But then there was like even during the montage, I made the joke. I'm like, well, fucking, Hulk could be Adam Sandler right now. I mean, it's just so goofy. It is so goofy it just gets really goofy. But I know, yeah, it's not supposed to be like that. Okay, it's not for me, maybe. That's why I was like, all right, it's fine. I'm gonna see where it goes. But yeah, when the montage thing was happening and like her, like him just trying to like teach her, I was like, he.
Doesn't really
Smart
need to
Hulk
teach
might as well be Adam Sandler.
Like, and that's the thing.
You gotta learn to control your anger.
I don't know why. I just don't understand why the MCU has decided to go that way with Thor and Hulk. Because I'm sorry, I love that Ed Norton movie. That Ed Norton movie is
still top notch.
Still
was good.
The best.
Well,
and for me, the
CGI,
Hulk looked the best in that movie.
Yes. You could see every ripple in his fucking muscles. Like they were like the lines in his muscles and everything were like musculos. I was trying to say
that's how my mom says it. Muscles.
Yeah.
I think that's something. I don't know about exactly when or where Marvel's VFX artist issues started. But if you look at a lot of the issues they have, you look at like stuff like like Spider-Man suit or Hulk and stuff like that. A lot of their bad CGI comes from like a lack of texture, or they'll go for a smooth texture instead of like Spidey's suit loses like compared to like especially Andrew Garfield's, like there's no fabric sense
the
to it, right? There's no detail, and then Hulk's skin, starting in the Avengers, but I mean especially in all the other ones, is just really like Play-Doh looking.
Yes.
Yeah, and
I think like She-Hulk looks so much smoother than Hulk. Like if you
that's another thing. Like Steven, that's a great point, because I think that was the breaking factor. Because firstly, her being a woman, I think most women have that. They smoothen the faces and all that. So that on the green skin when it's not even an actual practical green skin, looked way worse, and especially because I think it's also unfinished, so the movement was bad and the eyes were not looking properly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And
What's
the
really
most
wild
and
to
the
me,
weirdest is that she doesn't even look like Tatiana,
I
and
haven't.
her hair is completely different.
I
Yeah,
haven't
what's up with the
seen
hair? What's up with the hair?
Yeah,
Is it?
The hair, they're
Sorry,
trying to make it more like the comic book character, but like
Because
I don't
her
know.
normal hair is like not as long, and it's like all of a sudden when she turns into She-Hulk, it just gets beautiful and luscious.
Boom.
And I'm like, wait, that doesn't happen to Banner. I'm like going,
So
wait a
weird.
minute.
And I think
Yeah.
Hulk also has
Looks like
the
Al Bundy's wife, you know?
advantage of having a
I mean,
pre-existing
so much volume. You're
model.
like, whoa.
Peggy?
Hulk also has the advantage
Yeah.
of having a pre-existing model, so maybe the new one is not as finished.
It has
and
acid really.
I also it's I don't know. This feels like maybe it'd be a wildly like one of those things that's like super ignorant to say, but I feel like it shouldn't be that hard to just paint her and use some forced perspective and stuff if that's the case. And I get that might be inconsistent.
Didn't
with other
Gamora
stuff
do
she's-
that same thing?
Huh?
Didn't Gamora have to do the same thing? They painted her,
but
right?
she doesn't have but like but you can make her look like Gamora, but the problem is that then you need the bulk, the added bulk and the added size, and then also to interact with an environment in a believable way. And so, especially if you're switching back and forth between the CGI one and the painted one, it's going to be really jarring. So that might almost make it harder to do. But man, that's the type of thing where, like, if you're going to do a show like this, square one is how do we make her work, and that's a discussion that you have with your VFX supervisor to say how do we shoot this, how do we concept this. In order to, it's like figuring out how to make Dr. Manhattan look like Dr. Manhattan until like leaving all of it for post. Whereas like you watch on Watchmen they made a blue LED suit for him.
It's worse for this one because the majority of the episode was just the two of them in CGI the whole time.
Or like, why can't you, like, I don't know. See, I'm thinking of all these things. I'm like, I can see the pitfalls of it. Like, for example, what if you painted the face and then just composited onto a CGI body, and maybe that would look like really weird.
Iron Man.
But yeah, but it's not like it's great, and it's not like the solution was great anyway. And we know they've got issues with VFX artists. I can't believe that the reason it looks like this is anything other than the VFX artists having a say after the fact. Because I think any VFX supervisor like worth their salt is going to say, no, you've got to shoot this differently if you want us to make it work.
And it's also weird, like, and when we're talking about Hulk, and I know that Hulk has reached a certain thing, but it's crazy to go back and watch like the '70s show, and how Lou Ferrigno looked just fine.
Just green.
Green. Like the wig was the worst thing about Lou Ferrigno as Hulk.
Yeah, and we can do good wigs now. Marvel is great wigs.
Look at Ben Affleck. Look at Ben Affleck as Bruce Wayne.
I mean, look at Chris Evans. Like they do a great job with their wigs.
That is a good wig. That is pretty hair.
It's crazy because last night I was watching BBS, the Ultimate Edition, of course, and there were so many things they put into that movie that I was just like, wow, they really went like all in. I mean, they had cameos, when it came to like the news broadcasters, and Jon Stewart had a scene, and they just really immersed you in this like universe. I thought was really, really cool, and the special effects, they look seamless. I was like, wow, this looks great. Plus, the overall film is darker, so it's easier to blend those special effects.
That's what it is. Don't shoot in broad daylight.
Yeah, and so it was like, okay, we can make this look real good, and it just felt like a graphic novel come to life. But when it came to She-Hulk, I guess I don't like how I have to kind of like subvert my expectations in order to enjoy a show. Like with this one, I have to be like, okay, this is not going to be a really like, mind-blowing show. It's going to be entertaining to a degree. And I thought the best part, or one of the best parts about it, was that, you got to find out a little bit about what Bruce Banner was doing between Infinity War and Endgame. And I thought that was cool. I was like, oh, I didn't know that. Like, that was cool to learn that little story and to hear some dialogue of him talking about his time with Tony Stark and all that. that was really cool. I was like, wow, I didn't know any of this, so that was
some
cool.
good stuff in there. Yeah.
But
At least
but
you were
overall-
listening to that.
What's that?
At least you were listening to that.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, other than that, though, I mean, the show itself was just kind of like, meh. You know what I mean? It was just like whatever.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, the CGI problem would have gone away if the episode was great. So
well, in the
no one
ending
would
of it, like in I'm not trying to ruin the episode, but like it's been all over Twitter. And,
Of course, about Captain America's fucking virginity. It's like-
that was stupid too. It was just like, well, I don't care. And then but then you
that was like the
find out
most
who
talked about thing, and I'm like going, "What are you doing here?" Like,
Well,
I mean, it could have been a fun little joke but then it's just like they ran with it through the whole episode. I'm like,
the whole episode. And then Jamil, I think her name is.
Yeah,
she comes in.
was
I'm
so
like,
bad.
what the hell is going on? What
That
the hell is she
scene was so
wearing?
bad.
there's like a scene when
Like tassels and shit. Yeah, it's just like.
I mean, we see it in the trailer, so it's not like spoiling. But yeah, you do see that scene where she makes her entrance, and it's dumb. It's
really dumb. She's like,
yeah.
You're just like, huh?
Yeah.
I was actually waiting for that backstory stuff to go away between the two CGI characters the whole time. Maybe the show would be interesting, but when they went back, oh, that was so much worse.
Yeah.
Yeah. When we went back to the whole courtroom, I was just like, oh, I really don't care.
Yeah.
I was like, where are we going with this?
I'll give
Where's
them credit.
Daredevil?
I'll give them credit that they were like, they didn't waste any time to be like, hey, let's get to the how this all came to be kind of thing. And I was like, cool, that's fine. Waste no time. But then it was just like, oof. Yeah, there was just a lot of things that went oof for me. But Tatiana is very likable. She's very likable.
Very likable.
She's so good. And once again, if you've not seen the 5 seasons of Orphan Black, please do yourself a favor and go watch that show. It's dark British sci-fi. And it's weird because it was BBC America, so it's like
it's about cloning. It's about cloning and stuff like that. Yeah.
Well, spoiler alert, Dave.
Well, I know, but it's like it's very obvious that's what it is.
Multiples.
But no, she did a really good job though, and she was very charismatic, and I felt like she really carried the show because I mean, like she was I enjoyed watching her on the show.
Yeah.
But of course, Bruce Banner, that was probably the best part. Although they're on like a road trip, and he has that thing to make him into like a regular Bruce Banner, which I was like, why do you need that? Because you're already not a crazy Hulk anymore. So why do you have to?
The origin story sucked so bad. Like,
yeah, I was like, why does he have to wear that? It doesn't make any sense.
So he can sit
fit in the car.
Yes.
It's
all about so you could,
the way she becomes She-Hulk though. Oh,
it's a little
super convenient.
Canon to the comics.
I was like, hey man, watch out.
Okay, hold on. I know the origin of She-Hulk, or at least one version, because you can see multiple versions. Since I haven't seen the show, I can't speak to what the show does. But what I can tell you is that at least one canonical story is that she gets gravely injured, and the only way to save her life is for Bruce to give her a blood transfusion.
No. That would have been better.
No,
that okay. So
Sorry.
in the comics,
that would have been better than what we got in the show.
Okay, well, in the comics, that's what it is. He's the only one around to give her a blood transfusion. And
that would have been cool.
His gamma radiated blood ends up in her in terms of the She-Hulk. I know that's one version.
That would have been very awesome.
That would have been like, wow, that makes
what happened in the show was the laziest thing to film and to write.
It's just like the arm. It's like drop.
Stop it!
I'm sorry.
It was like someone who doesn't. It was like someone who doesn't know what comic book movies or shows are, and they have a certain perception of it, and they would be like, oh, let's do it this way because that's what happens in comic book movies. And they
it's a direct shot right into your bloodstream, It's just like
well, is it like remember in the Incredible Hulk where Stan Lee drank that bottle?
Yeah.
That was cool.
That's like
that was better too.
Yeah, that was awesome.
The whole sequence for that to actually happen was so cool too. The way
that was creative. Yeah.
the way she got it, I'll say this: like there was like 1,000 ways it could have been done a lot better.
Immediately, I was pulled out of that.
Yeah,
seat.
right when I saw it, I was like, "Oh,
No.
of course that happens."
Of
You know,
course.
it was just like, oh.
Going back to the Incredible Hulk, I'm still waiting for the leader to come back. I mean, they freaking set up the leader in that movie, and I'm just like,
it's surprising how much MCU
What's
lore
his name, right?
persists from that movie. When there's a ton of little things that are like even the teacher in what's his name in Spider-Man, one of the teachers at the high school is like
the lizard.
Like,
Kurt.
No. It's what's his name? Ah, fuck. I know who you're talking about.
He's a comedian. He's in Silicon Valley.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. One of the teachers, the dude with the glasses, and
I can't believe I can't remember his name right now.
Yeah,
the dude who looks like John Watts.
Sure. With glasses, I guess.
well,
Yeah.
and then that's also, they carried over William Hurt as Thunderbolt Ross from that movie, and I always loved the casting in that. And of course, they also kind of played with the Ultimate version where, everything, in the Ultimate universe of Marvel Comics,
Martin Starr.
Everything was birthed from the Super Soldier Serum. Like that was like the impetus for like everything in, the Ultimate universe. So,
who is Betty in the Ang Lee Hulk? Who's Betty?
Jennifer Connelly.
Oh, okay, that's right.
Yeah,
and then
Connelly.
because I know
Liv Tyler was in the Incredible Hulk.
Yes, but because I was thinking of like William Hurt, and then there was Sam.
Sam Elliott was in.
Sam Elliott was like, yeah.
So
I'm
wild
like,
to
goddamn.
have dropped her entirely.
Entirely.
Like how hard is it to have Liv Tyler like around?
Why couldn't you have her back?
Okay,
Is Universal
let me ask
holding
you
her
something
hostage?
then. Is that Universal?
Holding her hostage.
No, is that Universal? Like, are there like?
I'm wondering if that's the case. Yeah,
It
like,
could be.
Like, I mean, you get Thunderbolt
But
Ross.
they've got Abomination. They've got all
They've got
sorts of
everybody else but her.
maybe she doesn't want to do it. I don't know.
Well,
They
could
could
have
have
someone else
recasted her already
recast
though,
it.
and they
Yeah,
could easily
true.
recasted her. They never did. I don't know.
No.
Yeah,
Just
that
had
is
It
weird.
has to
Black
be
Widow,
like some kind of
the son of
contractual.
I will say, yeah. I
Oh,
will
don't
say
go
that,
there.
like, when it comes to, all the little things, when it comes to Bruce Banner and trying to deal with like what he's like trying to deal with it when it comes to Hulk, he does go over a lot of things that we've seen throughout. And I was like, I appreciate that they do a recap and how he's handled that. And I did like that aspect of it when he's explaining that to his cousin, like, hey, this is what I've had to deal with, and then this is how I had to deal with my anger. There was this point. There was 2 years where I was like, full on Hulk, didn't even know, blah blah blah, and there's like all kinds of shit. Like, but they do like a recap of like Hulk throughout.
You mean the stuff that we never got to see?
Yeah, yeah, true. But at the same time, I'm just like, all right, I respect the fact that you're acknowledging all the prior stuff. I was like, I like that part when he was explaining stuff like that to her, but at the same time, it was just a lot of like her just going like, I'm better than you. Look at me. And then all of a sudden he'd be like, no, wait, I'm better than you. And it's just like, oh, God.
I didn't like the whole like I'm better than you. No, I'm better than you. Kind of
anything you
discussion.
can do, I can do better. I can do anything better than you.
It felt very forced. It was not necessary. But the song that ends the episode at that point, I was just like, you gotta be kidding me! Come on.
I don't even remember what.
Oh yeah, that song was so bad.
Was so cringe.
Dude.
Oh yes, okay, now I remember. Yeah.
Who's that girl?
Dude.
It's like it's just putting in your face, like, okay, we get it.
We get it.
We're trying. We're all with you. We're trying to
so
like.
But the thing is that they did such a good job. I thought at not going that far, not taking it to like. Girl power.
Hey, it's only
or whatever.
episode 1.
And then right at the very end, they dropped that song. I was just like, oh, you had to go there.
Yep.
Okay.
It's like when
you just had to go there. You just couldn't.
Right from the beginning.
Just a girl.
So did I. But I thought it was handled fairly well. And then at the very end, I was like, oh fuck. Okay, there it is.
Well, for me, it's kind of my equivalent to that is like what they went on the CW Supergirl show. What they did to Superman and. Dave, his name is Hecklin. You pronounce his name
All right.
Hecklin.
Hecklin.
What do you call
Why
him?
does he have an O in his name? Okay.
Every time I see the show, I'm like yelling at the screen, Dave, it's Hecklin.
Yeah.
There shouldn't be an O in his last name. God damn it.
But
Should it get
the thing
canceled,
is, like,
you think?
look at that was why Superman and Lois was such a mind blow, because it was like, look at how they treated him on Supergirl's show, and then when they give him his own show, it was like,
Oh my god, yes. I'm so freaking glad it's out of the Arrowverse.
They knew.
That one episode where he tells his cousin, like, you are the defender of the earth. You're better than me. Like, oh my fuck. Get out of here. Like,
I don't understand why the writers have to do that for female characters. That's actually doing them a disservice, because just making them great without having to put anyone else down can make everyone get behind her.
This is my problem with Ant-Man and the Wasp.
This is
because they had to make Scott stupid before.
Yeah.
I was like, stop it.
They had to make him
and
down.
Our Love and Thunder also.
God, they made
But
all the
this is probably the boring
Love and
example.
Thunder
but-
sucked. I don't know. I mean, like, there's some parts I liked, but for the most part, it was a forgettable, stupid movie.
Yep.
When it comes to Thor
And
Love
I just want to go back to the serious MCU.
well,
At least more serious than this.
well, and on this
Version.
topic, like a movie that does that, I thought well, was Ocean's 8. I thought that was I thought, the idea of you take an Ocean's movie, make it an all female cast, and I thought they did a great job. And of course, it doesn't hurt that Anne Hathaway.
Prey is the recent great example. That was
Prey. Oh
yeah.
Prey was, oh man. I loved Prey. Now, like the female Ghostbusters, bad movie. Not a very good movie. Melissa McCarthy in that as well. Not a good movie. Just not a good movie.
But no,
it's just a bad time all
But
around.
Casey, to your point, like you had the the indigenous warrior woman, and you had her brother, and her brother was still badass.
Brother,
Yeah.
He dealt the
and I
biggest blow to the
I love how
Predator.
they gave him the Schwarzenegger line too.
Oh yeah.
Like that was
What's
the one
the
where
line
he's
with
like, if it bleeds, we can kill it.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
Wagering Kill It, yes.
And like the second, I remember, and that was at the perfect. It was Trachtenberg is perfect at that, 'cause he does that in 10 Cloverfield Lane too, where he gets to this movie, like the transition into the third act is always punctuated with this like "fuck yeah, let's go." And I remember that happened. I was like, "All right, here we go."
Well, and I like so much that the Native Americans, I think that they're the Comanche. I loved how,
Comanche,
I loved how whenever the Predator showed up, so he lasers that, he uses the darts on that one guy, and then he shows up. They fire the arrows at him, and then immediately he jumps over the log, the Comanche, and he's ready to fight him. I was like, yeah, that's badass. Because in most movies, they just stand there and shoot. Oh, and they just get killed. Like these guys were actually fighting him, and what I loved so much was that like almost every one of them got a shot on him. Like sliced him. That one guy stabbed him right in the foot. It was almost that the Predator was like, "Fuck, damn it, man!" Like,
and that was the best part about what I loved about the Predator. And I don't care about the criticisms I've seen, but I love the fact that the Predator's technology wasn't there yet.
It was older technology. Like a lot of people. I saw some people talk shit about like, what is up with this design? And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, this is like an older Predator. The designs are going to be like, he wasn't going to have a full-on helmet. He had a face shield. That's all he had. And then like everything looked very, very primitive for his culture, like his world.
And then the fact that when the female warrior finally gets the death blow on him at the end, I love how they can explain how she knew how to use the technology because she observed what it was doing.
And that kind of storytelling is something that this movie did that none of the other movies really do to that extent, where like it's revealed like in Predator 2 they make a bigger deal out of it, but in the first Predator also about how he doesn't attack weaker or ones that aren't threats or don't have weapons. But the amount of like storytelling in this that established she was a hunter, she's stalking her prey, and then he's stalking his prey, and then he watches the wolf, and then he gets the wolf, and there's all these like sequences like that where when you watch it, you're like, oh no, these were all setting up predator-prey relationships to establish his position in the hierarchy, but it did it. There was never a moment where somebody was like, oh, I understand now. He's a predator and he hunts like no, like there's no need for any exposition.
Well, yeah, because like in all the
was there
movies,
any exposition in this movie at all?
No.
No.
And that's what was so great about it is that like in every Predator movie, he typically doesn't like. I mean, he only kills the threat, but at the same time, they don't really kill women because like that one girl was pregnant in Predator 2, he didn't kill her, and a lot of the women they don't kill because they reproduce. So it's almost like, well, I don't want to kill them because we need more people.
And also,
right?
if you hunt the trophy. You hunt the trophy buck too. You want the one. You don't hunt the
exactly.
You want to hunt the alpha. You want to hunt the alpha.
Yeah. I mean, remember the first movie where Dutch kicked the gun out of the girl's hand because he knew that she.
He was like, no.
Yeah, I love that. He goes, no. Yeah. Get to the chopper. Yeah.
That's a big old muzzle flash on the screen. Like,
oh, dude, that is such a cool scene, though. I love that when he kicks it out and it just. God, I fucking love that movie.
The muzzle flash is like it's like half the screen. That's
well, but I love what Trachtenberg and his DP did on Prey was, oh my god, the vistas, the cinematography. I wanted to see that on a big screen. I'm gonna be honest.
Like
gorgeous,
like Revenant. You know what I mean?
Yes,
it gave it that big scale, so you felt like okay, like you're immersed and you're in this huge environment. But like I loved how. With the girl, I think her name was Naru. I think her name was
Naru.
Yeah, Naru. Like she immediately saw it as he doesn't see me as a threat. You know what I mean? And that was the most basic of basic ways to kind of to understand their relationship and how he saw her. And that's how it came across on her end, and that made a lot of sense. I'm like, she wouldn't be like, oh, he doesn't want to kill me because I'm a woman, or no, he was just like he doesn't see me as a threat.
Well,
now
that was the kind of observation she'd been making about the stuff she was hunting, or that was hunting her the entire time. From that
we're on Prey now. Ben,
I know, out of nowhere.
We're done with him. But thank you for the $5 super chat.
Let's talk about She-Hulk.
but that's how like from
thank you for the $5
from the very beginning she was making those kind of observations. So like,
love you, Ben.
So when you talk about like naturally incorporating it into the story. That this is not a moment of like awkward exposition where it's like, oh, thanks for explaining us. No, it's literally like she's been explaining the tracking the whole time.
Yeah.
Speaking of tracking and cinematography, the number of like rack focuses, the way they used focus to tell the story.
Oh
even,
yeah.
The number of focus shifts.
Steven.
Yes.
You need to see Beast.
Yeah.
I shit you not. I was going, all right, let's see. It's Idris Elba. A lion, cool.
How was that?
Very, very impressed by the director and the cinematography in that movie because there are numerous, not just one, but numerous non-cutting tracking one-shots. What I was going, holy shit! How did they fucking pull that off? And there's some CGI that seams it together, sure, but my God, I was like, it's a very self-contained movie of like, all right, it's a pissed off lion that is just going wreaking havoc, and then this dude's like, I got to protect my daughters, and I got my friend, and then that's pretty much it. There's nothing deep. I mean, they try to add a little bit more deeper level to it, which I'm like, all right, fine. But at the same time, I'm like, I like this. Like, this is like a 90-minute movie about this, and I really enjoyed it. Yeah, a little, somewhat.
I love Ghost in the Dark.
Although I would say Ghost in the Darkness maybe be a little better, but at the same time, I was very impressed by. I was going, all right, this is a tracking shot, and we're like over a minute here, and there has not been an edit. I'm like, holy shit! And then all of a sudden, there's another one, and then another one, and then another one. I went, holy shit! Like this really adds to the suspense and the nail biting because there was times where I was going. Oh shit! What?
All I know about the movie is that I saw a teaser where he's like under a Range Rover or something. And it's like a 30-second teaser, and like that's all there is to it. And I'm like, if this entire like I saw that, I was like, I don't need to know anything else. I was like, I want to know nothing but this teaser because I will watch 90 minutes of Idris Elba under a truck getting attacked by a lion. And if
that's nothing, man.
If he's just running in circles around the truck the whole time, I'm set.
Like, there's like that scene right there is fuck, dude. Even the CGI is fucking great. The lion
I
looks
heard
great,
people shitting on this movie before it came out then because I
dude.
saw that same teaser and I was very excited for it.
Dude, I'm telling you guys, this movie is a sleeper little hit. It is.
I was
I was getting uncomfortable in my seat numerous times because I'm going, oh my god, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Like there's no edits. There's no. It's just tracking. I'm like, what the fuck is happening? Like, where is?
The thing is, I've seen no teasers. I've seen like
Yeah.
one poster, and I've heard people talking about it. So when Dave mentioned this last week on the Fanimated stream, and he said he was going to go see it, and I was just like I was waiting. I was waiting for the first reaction video because I was like, I know nothing about this movie except for Idris Elba and a poster. I know. Dude, I'm ready.
I'm telling you, like it's like, and then the final little. Dude, I mean, like the final is like, like the final little showdown, it just gets like, oh my god, like it gets to a point where it's just, I don't want to spoil it, but it just,
it's also like movies
great.
like The Edge. You know, we get Anthony Hopkins
and
Alec Baldwin gets the bear. Like, there's just something about that genre. Like, I'm not sure what you call that genre.
Man versus predator, like man versus animal, you know? Oh, yeah. There's like a thing where it's like, all right, fuck it. I'm going to take on this fucking beast, you know, obviously the name. And it's just like, it's just that. And it's just, I mean, once it like it just kicks in, and like I'm telling you, I was like so impressed by the cinematography and the camera work because I was like going, what the fuck? Has not been an edit at all right in this scene right here. How the fuck are they pulling this off? And it was very impressive, and the lion looked good. All this, and like it was like, they stitched it, some of these tracking shots with CGI, but it's pretty damn seamless. I was very impressed by this movie.
Well,
not gonna lie.
And even if it's not an actual one shot, it's like what Sam Mendes did with 1917.
Exactly.
Or like Birdman. Like you might know where the edits are, but you're like, that was still like clean. That
was still good. And that's what happens in here with these long tracking shots. And it really builds the tension. And you're seeing everything from their point of view. You never see it from the lion's point of view or nothing like that. It's always like, oh, where's the lion? Where's the lion? And then it's like, oh, well, fuck, there he is. And there's times too where it's like, it's a tracking shot and you just see the lion. It's like in the background. You're like,
those shots freak me out.
I'm like, dude. I'm like, you're like, dude, he's right there. And it's like, of course, it's not seeing it. And the shot's still going. And you see him in the back. It's like, it's. I was like very impressed by this little movie, like that just like called Beast.
And it's like 90 minutes long, right?
Yeah, it's quick. It's quick. There's nothing deep about it. They do a little thing when it comes to the family, you know, obviously him and his daughters and blah, blah, blah. And there's like a little thing that's really cool. Like, it's fine. But it's like when you're in the thick of it, though, Jesus Christ, I was uncomfortable in my seat a couple of times. Yeah. So I'm just promoting Beast right now.
Yeah, seriously. I want to go see it right now. God.
Dude, I'm telling you, don't sleep on this. Don't sleep on this movie. This is really good. It's like it's really good.
Like, it's hard to tell. Like when these little movies come out, and like in our little corner of film Twitter, it's so nice to go support a movie like this.
Yeah.
Let us know that we want more stuff like this.
There's also another movie coming out, the 3000 or 1000.
3,000 Years of Longing. Oh,
George Miller, baby. George Miller, man.
I'm very much looking forward to that.
Oh, I already have my ticket. I'm right.
I already have my ticket.
That's what I love. That's what I love about Idris Elba, though. That's what I love about Idris Elba is like he just shows up in these movies, and you're like, all right, well, I like him, and this looks interesting, so I'm gonna go see it. You know?
Oh no, but Idris Elba is one of those actors that will sell a project on me. I mean, ever since I watched Luther on BBC, it was like, oh no, dude, you've got me. Like I'll go. Like he's even one of those guys that like even if he's in a bad movie, he's like the best thing in it.
Of course, he's like a Stanley Tucci. Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. Stanley Tucci.
Stanley Tucci is always great.
Stanley Tucci.
Yeah. and it was horrible.
He's horrible. No, but
what were you gonna say, Steven?
Oh, nothing. I was just confusing him with fucking.
tracking shots.
Tom Hardy for a second for some reason, but he's got.
You were
that,
confusing
like,
Idris Elba with Tom Hardy.
He's like the Black Tom Hardy. I mean,
Black
like,
Tom Hardy.
I mean, like think about like Beast,
They
and it'd be
kind
like
of
if
are.
it was a Tom Hardy movie instead. Like,
Yeah, I get what you're saying because Tom Hardy, I love Tom Hardy and everything he's in.
But
Yeah,
in the
I get
way
it.
that they like kind of sell it, because part of it was because it reminded me for some reason of what was that movie called where Tom Hardy was in a car? And, like, this
Oh
was the
yeah,
synopsis.
Lock.
Yeah.
So good, so fucking good.
It reminded me of that kind of thing. I almost said, wasn't Idris Elba in Locke? And then I was like, oh no, that was Tom Hardy. And that led me to that. Like, well, it could have been Idris Elba. That could have been an Idris Elba movie. Like,
No, but
No, he could have probably pulled that off too, because Locke was so brilliant because it was one of those movies where it's like it's a real time movie where he's driving somewhere and he's constantly talking to people in his car, and he has to like carry the movie entirely on his shoulders, and it works. You know, it's like a movie like Colin Farrell in Phone Booth, where he has to carry the movie because he, I guess you could say Kiefer Sutherland kind of helps with that too because he's talking to them. But then you have a movie like Buried with Ryan Reynolds. He has to carry that movie because that movie fucking, if you have claustrophobia, Jesus Christ, that movie makes you uncomfortable. But yeah, it's just those movies that are in real time where you have an actor that's stuck in a situation and you're seeing it play out like that. Those movies always, and Beast is not, it's not real time, but there's a lot of, like I said, those real time tracking shots where you go, ha, 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 and there was times where it's like, ha, ha, where's the line? Where's the line? And you're just kind of just like, and I just couldn't believe like how many tracking shots there were. I wish I would have counted. There's got to be like 8, 9 like long tracking shots throughout this movie, and I thought there was going to be like one, because you see it in the trailer when like he just starts running back to the truck, and it's kind of like a long tracking shot. I was like, oh yeah, maybe there's like 1, maybe 2, but there's like 8 or 9 tracking
was
shots.
Made by Zack Snyder.
Right?
No, it's crazy what they do to films too. When you look at some of the like really good tracking shots that are in movies. There was one. Which one was it? Children of Men. There's a lot of those, and it builds tension as it moves. And you're just like, oh god, and like it goes into the building, goes up the stairs, and during that firefight, or when they're trying to drive out of that home, and then the road gets cut off, and they have to go in reverse.
Yeah, the famous
shot,
one.
It's just like, oh my god.
At the time, it was the longest ever. Was I think was when they were playing with the ping pong ball. I think that's the one you're talking about in the car where they had to go in reverse. They were like throwing the ping pong ball back and forth.
In Children of Men.
Yeah.
Yeah, where like they're driving, and then that car comes down on fire, and they have to go in reverse, and then she gets shot, and you're just like, oh my god, like, what's happening?
Well, and then Gravity did that a lot too, because
Gravity.
That was
The opening scene. The opening scene was like one long tracking shot.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
What was really good too was the opening scene of Boogie Nights. Just a long tracking shot where it starts outside the club and it goes into the club and it goes all the way through. It really immerses you into like that whole world that they were living in. So that scene was really cool.
Yeah, I guess if we're talking about tracking shots, we all know that the that tracking I think it's from Contact, right? That's a practical where they go into the mirror.
Yes.
They did that practically.
Oh, I love Contact so much.
Contact is so fucking good.
I remember seeing that puppy in the theaters, and
I didn't see it in the theater, sadly.
Oh, I still remember. I went. It was the. I am that weird person that like name a movie, and I'll tell you which theater I saw it in. Like I
get it.
You're talking about with Jodie Foster?
Yeah, Jodie Foster and Matthew McConaughey, based on the Carl Sagan novel. Oh, Do you think? Oh yeah, it's like, do you think we're alone in the universe? Well, if we are, it's an awful waste of space. I just it's such a good movie. Robert Zemeckis directed it. It was so good.
God, I don't know. I mean, that whole thing. God damn it. I mean, it's like the whole time you're going like, what's gonna happen? I mean, like the suspense of everything, and then of course Jake Busey's character that comes in there. And Lord,
he's like the crazy guy. Yeah.
Yeah, blows it up.
Destroys,
Like, oh,
yeah.
oh, they blew up the thing. Oh, there's a whole other one that was constructed over here. Oh, let's do.
And think about another actor. I don't know what he does, what's happened to him, but like in the 90s and early 2000s, David Morse was such a great actor to show up in movies. He played the dad.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. Yes.
And then he was in like Green Mile.
And
David
Morse. Yeah, I'm looking at him right now.
He was
in The Rock.
Jackson, Negotiator.
All over the place. He was all over the place.
He's been in everything. That guy.
Yeah, Hearts in Atlantis, which is a very underappreciated Stephen King adaptation, by the way, with Anthony Hopkins.
Yeah.
I don't think I saw that.
Long time.
I don't think I saw Hearts of Atlantis.
Oh,
I remember hearing about it.
Check it out. The book is like 4 novellas, and the movie only adapts the first novella in the book. But it's one of those like there was a genre of film where it was like coming of age story in the 1960s, like Mel Gibson's directorial debut that I feel like no one remembers, The Man Without a Face, was kind of in that genre.
I remember it. Yeah.
Oh, I love that movie.
Dude, his face was. Who's the kid? Who's the kid? I can't remember.
Oh, the kid. Oh,
God. Was it? Oh, was it? What's his name? Shit, I think I know who it was. Was it the dude who played John Connor in Terminator 3?
Yes, it was.
Yes,
Nick
it was.
I'm like looking at it right now.
Yeah.
I had to go look it up. Like,
yep,
that's him. That was another random. I remember in Terminator 3 when he was John Connor, I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, that was a weird casting.
That was a weird casting. And at the time, he was in the HBO show.
The Carnival thing.
Yeah,
right?
Carnival. Yeah,
Carnival or something like that.
Carnival or whatever. Yeah, and I remember when I saw him as John Connor, I was like, that's the guy.
Yeah, it was a weird casting.
I was like, I don't know about that. Claire Danes, and I was like, what?
Whoa, okay, Chris just had to go like all of a sudden.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he posted in the private thing. He was like, oh, I got to go. So, yeah, he had to go like real quick. So I don't know if it was like a, kid thing or whatever the fuck. So, but thank you, Chris, for showing up.
Subscribe to Ping Pong Flicks.
Ezra Miller.
Yeah, do all that.
Right now, is he?
Yeah, take a drink.
Stop it, Steven.
You're right. Sorry, gotta go.
Dude, I forgot about Man Without a Face, man. I remember watching that on HBO a long time ago.
Yeah, his face was jacked.
Man, that movie. I remember that movie VHS. Like, I still have the VHS. Like, I don't even think at one point you couldn't even get digitally. It was one of those weird movies where it was like there are these movies.
There he is.
Yeah,
Two-Face.
Yeah, Mel Gibson was the blueprint.
Yeah.
He was jacked. I was like, oh man, poor guy.
And that was another one of those movies that like quote Shakespeare. And man, listening to Mel Gibson do the Merchant of Venice, it's like, yeah, like whenever I hear the hath not a Jew eyes speech, I always I remember that scene from the movie. But yeah, there was that whole like coming of age in the 1960s where it's like you're going to go to military school, if you don't shape up. And
military school. Remember that? It was always a thing. It was like, oh yeah, if you don't shape up, you're going to military school. Yeah, you're done. Can you guys guess what year that movie came out?
90s.
94?
95.
No. You guys are real close though.
PC wasn't even born yet.
Came out in 93.
Oh wow!
I was like, oh, Scott got it wrong.
For some reason, I thought like 96. I don't know why. No, but like speaking of like another good Mel Gibson early 90s movie, Forever Young.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. That was a good one. I saw it in the theater.
That was good. Yeah, that was a movie where it's like it's not time travel, but kind of. It's like
right.
Yeah,
it was Captain America.
Yeah, it's very much Captain America.
But then at the same time, he was getting older. Remember, so you're like, oh no.
Yeah, he was aging like rapidly after they found him. Little Elijah Wood, and his buddy, the kid. I think he was Rookie of the Year.
It has connections to obviously you said time travel. It has connections to Captain America, and it has connections to Idiocracy.
A little bit.
When you're in a chamber.
Yeah,
Idiocracy is a great movie, by the way.
Oh yeah.
What was great was
scary.
that
it's scary how accurate some of
but
that
Mike Judge was on with Joe Rogan not too long ago.
I saw that,
and that was, oh my god, that was so good. That was so good when they were talking about Idiocracy, and he was just like, "Oh yeah," he's like, when we're making the movie, our costume designer or wardrobe was saying how hey, we found these shoes that I want everyone to wear. They're cheap and no one's gonna like these. He's like, yeah, but what if they become popular? They won't. They're hideous, and they were Crocs, and then they became popular anyways.
Yeah.
He had no idea.
He talked about that. He saw we didn't think Crocs were actually going to be a thing, but they ended up being a thing.
A big thing. Yeah,
man. Office Space is so classic.
Office Space, dude. If anybody's worked in an office, you watch that, you go, Jesus fucking Christ!
Office Space
right at the beginning. I remember the first when I watched that. Like the thing that made me laugh right at the beginning is when you see Mr. What's his name? Ron Livingston. Yeah. When he's like walking up to the main door and he's like hesitant, you're like, why is he hesitant? And then like he touches it and you see that little spark because it shocks him. He goes, God damn it. I'm like, fucking A, right? Like, God damn it. Why is the carpet in offices so goddamn static? Oh, Jesus Christ. Right off the bat, I laughed my ass off because it's like, oh, I'm not dragging my feet. What am I doing? And then you just go, please don't. Oh, God damn it. It shocked me. It's like,
I hate being shocked too. I hate it.
Yeah.
With a passion.
Oh, dude. There's a certain carpet. My mom has it in her place because I get shocked all the time at her place. Like,
and anyone who's ever had to deal with a copier understand.
God, yes. Yes, dude. Oh yeah, he nailed it when it came to a lot of that, man. That I mean, he even talked about it in that podcast too with Joe Rogan. He goes, yeah, it flopped. He goes, it flopped at the box office, but when it came to home video, it blew up.
Well, my Heather walked out of it because it came out when she was in high school and she didn't get the jokes.
Yeah.
Well, what do you have to do for that?
A high school student's not going to get that shit.
No, you have to have worked.
Yeah,
right. I thought it was great. When that movie came out was when me and a bunch of my friends worked at a movie theater. So we'd see it. Like I saw it so many times at the theater while I was working, mind you, as well. But no, that movie's hilarious. And he has an extra neighbor that he has to bang on the wall and talk to.
What's his name? The guy who voices Batman in Harley Quinn show.
He's from the Beverly Hillbillies.
Jedrick Bader. I can never remember his name, but yeah, he's.
Like, you can't remember
I love that. I love that scene in there where he goes, where Ron Livingston's character goes like, "Has everybody ever told you like you have a case of the Mondays?" And he goes, "No." He goes, "No. I think someone should, it's like someone should fucking get their ass kicked for saying something like that shit." He's got like a big mullet and a fucking like huge mustache and shit like that because he works in construction. I mean, it's so great. And then of course you have Stephen Root playing Milton,
No, what was great was when they were in the apartment and they're talking about their whole plan. And then they're like, all right, nobody say anything. And then through the wall, he's like, I won't say anything either. I won't say anything either, man. What the hell was that? No, it's fine. He's cool. Anyway.
Well, and Stephen Root showing back up in the Book of Boba Fett, I was just like, oh, that's just perfect. Yeah. Like him being that guy. He's one of those that guy actors who just like,
yes,
show up anytime. Just do it. I don't care. It's
anytime you go, you do the fucking Leo DiCaprio, you go, Stephen Root, there he is. I love that guy. Yeah, he's always in like everything, and he's like, I mean, and I always say that too. Like when I think I even asked like what's his name? Jesus Christ, I'm like my mind's going blank. Martian Manhunter, Jesus Christ,
Henry Lennox.
Sorry, Harry Lennox. Jeez,
Harry Lennox.
Man, it was like right there. I hate it when that happens. It's like, what would you want to be? Would you want to be like the main star, the star on the marquee, or would you want to just be like the guy that were like everybody recognizes you anytime they see you? They go, "Hey, it's Harry Lennox," and blah blah blah. And he even said like, obviously you want to be that, but at the same time, it's like you have more longevity. There's something about the
he
longevity.
because Harry Lennox even talked that great story about Laurence Olivier talking to.
Yeah.
Oh, is it? I'm trying to remember. Oh, I think it was Richard Burton, and it was like, "Do you want to be a movie star or an actor?"
Yes, exactly. And it's like these people are actors, and it's like, I don't know. It's like, to me, it's like, if I was like in that profession, I'd want to be like the guy where like, hey, it's what, like what we said earlier is like, oh, when you have, when Idris Elba is in a movie. Oh, I mean, even though he is more star power, sure, he can be. But at the same time, it's like, hey, it's Idris Elba, or hey, it's Stanley Tucci, or hey, it's, it's
Stanley
like,
Tucci is a great example of that because he will just pop into a movie. Like one of the things I love is when he played the dad in Easy A, and
right,
and he's just like, he's legitimately one of my favorite parts of that movie.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, that's the thing. It's like you want to be that almost like, when Steve Buscemi shows up or in a movie or in a show, and you're like, Steve Buscemi, look at that.
Well,
and then it's like,
there's certain actors that when they show up in different movies, they kind of transcend their own person. They become that character no matter what they're in.
Mm.
And Stanley Tucci is one of my favorite actors, and everything I see him in, he's absolutely fabulous. And when I see him, I'm not like, oh, that's Stanley Tucci, or he was in this movie. No, it's more like that's Stanley Tucci playing another great character. He's just a really good actor. I just love everything he does.
I mean,
he does it to his full extent. He doesn't mail it in.
Well, it's like he's got that one scene in Road to Perdition as Frank Nitti, and you're just like, oh, you're good, because like I love the fact that like he basically Capone does not show up in that movie, but Stanley Tucci is like the proxy for Capone in that movie, and you just feel the weight, the way that Tucci plays it in that movie, which is another time to say, if you haven't freaking seen Road to Perdition,
do
yourself a favor.
Yeah, it's one of those two.
But he was good in The Devil Wears Prada. I thought he did a fabulous job in that movie.
Everything.
Yeah, everything he does is great.
Even like a little movie like Lucky Number 11, which I love. I love that movie so much. But he's in there, and then it's like, he plays a pivotal role. I mean, as the detective trying to figure stuff out, and then of course it's like, oh, you find out a little bit more about him. But yeah, Lucky Number 11 is another one don't sleep on. I mean, especially when you have two powerhouses, Ben Kingsley and fucking Morgan Freeman, as two feuding families that are and Josh Hartnett's in the middle of it, and you're
Bruce
just
Willis.
Bruce Willis a part of it. It's a whodunit.
Lucy Liu.
It was
oh god,
it was
she's so adorable in this movie.
In the way that they're in the towers across the street from each other. But it had the very almost Shane Blackian, not quite Shane Black, but kind of that vibe of dialogue.
It really did. Yeah.
The Kansas City Shuffle and all that.
Oh, I love the Kansas City Shuffle.
Yeah.
You look one way,
the other.
A few of the movies that Stanley Tucci was really good in was what is it? Julia and Julia.
Julia with Streep and Amy Adams. Oh.
I don't think
the Lovely Bones. He was the the villain.
Crazy dude. He had that weird hair, huh?
Yeah, but he did it really well. I mean, he played the character so well.
Yeah.
And then I just saw this right now. I forgot he was in Spotlight, and that was a really good movie too.
Oh wow!
I still need to see Spotlight.
Spotlight is really good.
Spotlight will fucking piss you off. I remember walking out.
Oh, I've heard that. I've heard that.
I was I walked out going, Jesus Christ, really?
It's kind of frustrating. You're like, wow, that's how it is.
It's a great movie. It's a great movie, but you walk out.
Picture.
Fuck yeah! I mean, no, it's a fantastic movie. And I just remember walking out, just feeling, how is that? How is this still a thing? What the fuck? It doesn't even make sense. It's all there. It's it's so gross. Yeah.
Very gross.
Yeah. But one of the things that we haven't touched base on was that happened this week that I wanted to get your guys' opinion on was Ezra Miller's little statement that came out at the beginning of this week, Monday. So I wanted to touch bases with you guys on that. And I mean, it was random. I was like, whoa, here we go. I mean, literally it was funny because, my whole thing of it was I had technical difficulties with my Monisho because I was trying to do hey, I'm going to try to stream in 4K. And I had some difficulties, so I had to postpone it to an hour and a half later. And then as I was almost wrapping up, all of a sudden it was like, boom! Hey, look at Variety. There's a statement from Ezra Miller. He's finally coming out, or they are finally coming out. And
they've been out for a while.
Yeah. So, what are our thoughts here? I want to get Scott's thoughts first.
I have this weird, like, in one aspect, I'm glad something has finally been said.
Yes,
that's the first thing. But I'm not saying that they have to do like a whole apology tour kind of thing.
No,
but it did seem like the bare minimum. Like, we've issued the statement, and then and granted, I've been work, and so I haven't really been following. Like, it's like I'm on Twitter all day. I'm barely on Twitter these days. But it seemed like it kind of just like it happened, and then like it didn't make a huge splash. Like, for as much as the negative press, shock, that has gone all over the place, it was weird that the apology happened and then it just kind of went away. Like, people didn't pay attention to it.
I think there's this.
Yeah, it was a little weird.
There's this thing, especially on social media, where people like. I think Ezra was smart to wait to say something, but it got to a place where there just something had to be said. But 90% of it was people just wanted a acknowledgement, like in a weird way, where like it wasn't there's no amount of explaining or excusing, or it's not like Ezra could have come out with like a book about here's what actually happened, or any of that to appease people. A lot of it was just like. I don't even know what it is that people want. I don't think people know what it is that they want. But the second Ezra is like, look, I'm a real person and I'm going through issues and I understand that there's things to work on. And like there's more to come, but 90% of that statement was just like, shut the fuck up for like 5 minutes. I'm going to go to therapy, and then like closer to the movie, I'll come out with an interview and it'll explain my side of things. And that's, at least that's kind of the way that I read it, was like, there's just such a stranglehold of like escalating claims where it's like, can we just pause for a minute and like actually deal with this stuff, and then we'll talk about what happened? Because I think they were waiting for like a lull in the conversation almost before they said anything, and that lull just never happened because there was just this like assembly line of accusations and like bullshit that just kept on coming out. Until eventually it's like, all right, now this is just the only way to do it.
I thought it was also interesting that the Variety article that the statement appeared in, I'm not sure impressed is the word, but I was a bit, I observed that the Variety article was kind of short and to the point. Like, it was, we know that the big draw is the statement. And so it wasn't like so many of these stories do, where they just regurgitate the entire history of everything. It was more like Ezra Miller has made a statement, brief kind of wrap it up paragraph, and the Variety piece was over. Normally they stretch those things out, and it was very much like, intro, statement, conclusion.
I've got to imagine.
Well, you got to imagine. I mean,
hey, we'll give you a statement if that's all you run. We don't want.
And it was like at like 8:30 my time. So
yeah, that was weird. It was so late.
Yeah. Welcome back, KC Circle guy.
Circle guy.
I don't know. I don't know if he's back. Anyways, KC's kind of back. Anyways, go ahead.
But even the way it was presented, like here, let me share. Even this, I remember like when it first hit, and Dave had to pull it up. Like, even this alone, I was like, "Whoa, big font!" You know what I mean? It was just like, I want to, it was just very straightforward, and they put it right there, and I was like, "Okay." And he's look at the picture of him. He's clean shaven. I was like, all the pictures.
The images they've been shooting. I think very much what this is, and I think has been mostly successful. If you, like Scott said, it came out and then everyone just kind of shut up. There's still stuff out there, but I think 99% of this is just like, hey, I'm a human and I need help and I'm getting help. And there's more to talk about that we'll talk about later. But like for now, like, can you just shut up and let me get some help, and then we'll talk about the rest later? Like,
when you compare it to like the supposed 3 options that they were contemplating, I mean, if that is true or anything like that, it was either the studio has to take responsibility for it, or he does. And so it became, who's it going to be? And at the end of the day, he had to make a statement to take responsibility for his own actions, because things just seem to keep getting worse. And some of the news was just old news becoming new news. But I think that at one point he has to say something in order for everyone to stop talking about him in a negative way.
And there's a really weird thing on social media that I talked about a little bit a second ago, where it's not that people want, it's not like a pound of flesh that they want. Everyone feels like they deserve an explanation.
Well, it's the entitlement.
Or it's like they deserve, or like they are the ones that need to be apologized for too specifically. If you notice, the apology was like, I apologize to those I'm alarmed with my behavior, because literally, who on social media, like the people that have been impacted by any of these claims against Ezra is like a specific group of people, and if they need to be apologized to, then they need to be apologized to. People on Twitter who are like all mad about what Ezra Miller has been up to, or what they think Ezra Miller has been up to, don't need or deserve anything. And I kind of think that was the point of the statement, was like, okay, this is what you want. This is what you've been like begging for whatever reason. You want to like bring me to heel. So here's your apology. And now I think the big thing is to see if any other big stories drop between now and whatever the next follow-up is, presumably a big interview where Ezra shares their side of the story.
Well, and I'm not saying this is the case, because it's not like I had, a dog in the hunt as far as, this was concerned. Like
right.
But, that first part was, I wanted to apologize for the people that I've alarmed. That can just sound like, I'm sorry that I caused you stress. It's almost like I'm sorry you were offended.
Not that I was surprised
with my
that
past
there was
behavior.
no backlash
You know what I mean?
about the lack, because like this is to me a very cut and dry non-apology.
Yeah.
And I don't, based on my perception of the story, I don't personally have a big issue with that, but I saw it and I was like, there's gonna be people that come out and are like, oh, you're sorry, we're alarmed. What about the people that you set on fire or whatever they think
you hit with a chair?
You threw it, yeah. You threw a chair.
And maybe that was out there somewhat. I don't know, but I was shocked at how little.
Well, that's what it kind of came in.
Like, nobody was talking about it like the next day almost, and it was like, what the fuck? Like,
and I think the
would have been
emphasis
trending more.
I think that there's a lot of people who like. It's been said the whole time that like Ezra needs help and all of these things, but I think the explicitly putting it out there, like, okay, since everybody needs to know, I have complex mental health issues and I'm getting them treated with, and everybody's like, oh, okay, and it's like, well, what'd you think? Like you thought that this was just like normal behavior from?
Yeah, it's just.
But I think
it's a statement that everybody wanted to hear, and so it's like you're saying, Stephen. Yeah, he was just kind of like, here's your statement.
But once you put that out there, I feel like there's a lot less people are interested in kicking them when they're down now that it's like out there. But the demand that Ezra explain, I've got issues that I need help with, is like 90% of what most people.
Well, it's also like,
situation.
And we've talked about this on various streams, almost ad nauseum, to the point of like when the felony burglary charges, and I saw the joke about stealing beer out of a fridge before I even knew the context of the joke. So then when I saw the felony burglary charges, and then I Steven, I know this is going to shock you, but I actually read the article. You know,
What?
I clicked on the article and actually read the words.
Holy crap!
I know, right? And then I was like, took beer from the fridge.
Like, who hasn't done that?
Yeah.
I'm like,
Well-
and that's felony burglary?
Well, and
Oh.
that's one of those things where like, every time this comes up, we say like, look at the police reports that are available, look at the crimes and like what the definitional crime is. It's a felony like because of, I think in this one it's a definitional thing because it's technically breaking and entering, or there's like a line that you cross where like, oh, they weren't home, and they had like if Ezra had to like jimmy a window, like if it like let's say best case scenario, for as a thought experiment, it's a friend's house and we know the victim, the plaintiff is a friend or associate of Ezra. So this is not some random person. This is someone whose house Ezra knows it's their house. So let's say best intentions that they just kind of go into each other's houses and borrow stuff on regular occasion. And Ezra knew like, oh, the back window, if you jimmy it, you can get in easily or whatever. The act of jimmying the window as opposed to like using a key to enter makes it a felony versus not felony. I don't know if that's exactly the case here, but it's that type of thing usually differentiates it.
I'm sorry, but like all of his allegations are just dumb. They're just kind of BS. I mean, like there's nothing there that really says to me like, oh man, like get him off the streets. Like this guy is a threat to society. No,
well, the worst one is the chair being thrown.
Yes, that's the worst one.
Which is second degree assault. But actually, the 911 call is available for that, which I didn't realize. But you even listen to that, and it's very clear it was just a party where like things kind of went south, and that doesn't mean that like
hasn't been at a party.
That's not to defend
things go bananas. And you're like,
that's not to defend the chair throwing, but like treatment was refused at the scene. So I would imagine that like this was not a situation where like the chair was thrown at the head. It's not like if it's that kind of it was a small gash or a small cut rather, and they refused treatment, which to me says like, okay, so clearly this chair wasn't thrown at the head. It must have taken a bad bounce and like nicked or whatever, which is still assault and like still a problem.
Well, but, I think the real issue, if you want to objectively point to anything, it's just the amount there seems to be incidents like that. That is the concerning behavior. I know that the media has dragged things up and things get presented in a way that seems like they are just consistent. They're just constantly happening when you have to pay attention to the dates of when things happen. But still, there's a little too much smoke for, you know.
There is the thing that makes that smoke really weird. Once you start, and it's hard because it doesn't always specify, but in a lot of them, if you start paying attention to the names of people that it references, that there's a lot of consistency in who gets cited in each of the reports, that there tends to be a pretty consistent circle of people that this stuff revolves around that are making these accusations. And you go back to like when the grooming allegations started, and the story there is that supposedly, and I'm saying all of this just for the sake of being like even-handed, because I don't want to be dismissive of a serious charge, but there's a stalker of Ezra who has been known to be causing trouble and putting dirt out and making false claims and stuff, who claims that they told the parents of this Native American girl that Ezra was grooming their daughter, and it started this whole thing. But so the father is Chase Iron Eyes and the mother is Sarah Jumping Eagle, and
Chase.
when you start following that, there's actually like a social post up from Chase Iron Eyes where he set up an email account, Trash the Flash, Ezra Miller,
Yeah, we
Gmail
saw
or
that,
something like that.
So
And
dumb.
they use the hashtag trash the Flash and stuff like that, but they put out a call and they said, if you have any stories about Ezra Miller, send them to us. And then somebody, I think a few people have contacted them to claim they had a story, and they just forwarded them straight on to like a Rolling Stone reporter or someone else. So there's an actual operation and so that, like you said, Andre, that there's so much stuff that's like just these like little like tit for tat dumb.
Yeah,
but it's a lot of them. But like and so I think that seems to line up with the fact that there is somebody actively seeking dirt, and it's just all going out there. But you compare it to like all of these little things to like Anthony Starr. We all remember Anthony Starr got arrested.
Yeah,
I looked that up for reference because I remember it happening, and I didn't know the story. Anthony Starr punched a chef in the face twice and then smashed a glass across his face, sent him to the hospital to get stitches, and got 12 months in prison for it, and they made a plea deal or something to get off. And he was at Comic-Con like a month later promoting The Boys.
I'm Homelander. What are you talking about?
Homelander.
And meanwhile,
he's gonna eye laser somebody.
I take my work seriously. You know?
Like so. Like and meanwhile, Ezra, like, yes, there's a lot of claims, and some of them rise to a, they can't just be dismissed as dumb or little. I mean, being obnoxious at a bar, okay, whatever.
Yeah,
throwing a chair at a party, okay, cool it, dude. That's a problem. Stealing beer from a fridge, probably something you shouldn't do, but like I'm not gonna hold it against them.
When you're a star of a superhero franchise, you probably should.
Well, the Anthony Starr,
hey,
I mean, that was like extreme.
Well, not only that, but Anthony Starr was convicted.
Malicious. Like,
there's a conviction for that. They sentenced and they convicted and sentenced Anthony Starr. Ezra does not have any convictions. Ezra does not have any sentencing. There's only was I think 3 police citations. There was the disorderly conduct at the bar. There was the throwing the chair, and then there's the burglary. And then everything else is hearsay and just allegations. And the hearsay doesn't mean it's not true. It can't be dismissed simply on the fact that it's hearsay. But that's just to specify that, like, we're talking about things people have said that have no like legal recourse, and then you've got things that involve the law that are provable and there will be a trial involved. And of those, I believe the disorderly conduct was dismissed. I don't know what's going on with the chair, and then the burglary is set for like September 7th or 12th or something like that. But once, like you said, there's all that smoke, and once you kind of clear that smoke out, it's like, well, how big is that fire really? It's not that there's no fire, but it's like, what? If you look at the volume at which this has been blown up, to me, it makes a lot more sense to say, like, okay, there's something else going on here amplifying the severity of that, which 100% there is. There's Chase Iron Eyes and others are looking for information and amplifying it. That doesn't mean that it's, finding legitimately bad stuff and amplifying it doesn't mean the stuff's not bad, but it does give an indication of why the volume is so loud, because there's people who are actively interested in raising as much
hell as possible.
Yeah, exactly. For if I were in their position and I believed somebody had been grooming my daughter, I mean, I don't. It's hard to say that. Like, who's to know? Do they actually believe the accusations, or are they? I don't like. You can't just brush that aside. Being on the receiving on the other side of that, like, that's a hard place to be. But at the same time, you see stuff that they say that, like, something came out a while back about the police report of an incident with them versus what they said in an interview versus what the police report actually said. There's a lot of shadiness in, like, the way they're spinning their side of the story. And I don't know if that's just because they're trying their hardest to, like, get justice for something they think happened, or if they are, like, intentionally being misleading. I don't know, but it's sloppy and shady. But yeah, but like I said, once you get rid of all that smoke, it's like, yeah, there's fire there, but it's like, is it punching a dude in the face and smashing a glass on his face fire, or is it like
and getting actually convicted, but then having a plea deal.
I mean, that's brutal.
Yeah. Is it Matthew Broderick running people over in his car?
You went there.
Or is this like, and I don't know, and I'm not equivocating to say like that there's nothing wrong on those ends, but it's just like there's a weird level of hyper focus and amplification that's going on that doesn't quite exactly match.
Yeah, it just seems to like almost blown out of proportion to a degree.
Barry, how do you pronounce his name? Keegan.
Keoghan.
Keoghan.
It is Keoghan.
I can't get over the look. I think I killed Scott when but he also got arrested for like disorderly conduct.
Yeah.
With a very, very similar charge to Ezra, and that was gone right away. Once again, Anthony Starr was just the one claim, and then Barry was another case. Barry K was another case, which is just a single claim. And so how many people have a string of claims, and then how many of those claims are like surrounded by all this little, well, he runs a cult. Well, they sprinkled tobacco all over my apartment. Well, they were yelling at me while I was feeding birds. Like what? Like all this. I don't know. I just made that one up. But I mean, there's all this like random stuff that's like, oh, they listen to music too loud at my Airbnb. Like, okay, yeah, I would hate that too. But
it's like you were saying about the Chase Iron Eyes, that like, from a different perspective, does he believe that really happened to his daughter? And if so, if you're Chase Iron Eyes, you believe that, then that's what you believe, and nothing's gonna tell you otherwise.
Yeah.
That's like saying like, if I wrote a treatment for a Batman movie, and I thought it was, being used in the Batman, and I wouldn't think any other way. I'd be like, no, that's my story. That's my story.
Yeah.
No
matter how bullshit it was, if you believed it. If you believed that you could make
Batman solved some Riddler cases. Oh my God! Sorry.
Biblical proportions.
And I think another thing making it even more complicated with the Chase Iron Eye stuff is that, they're Lakota Native Americans, and so they, as members of a native tribe on native grounds, their legal recourse is significantly reduced from. Now, grooming is a weird area where like you can't really, how do you prove that, and is it not everywhere is going to have a legal standard for that if nothing inappropriate actually happened when the person was underage. But when you're on a reservation,
is there like a baby there?
I feel like Casey's doing his laundry.
I'm like, Casey, do you have
Are you giving a sonogram right now?
Engine?
It's his air conditioner, man.
It's my AC.
So
the KCAC, the ACKC.
For a little context, back when I used to do my midnight show, he used to come on and there'd be that noise, and at one point I was like, "What is that noise?" And he was like, "It's my air conditioning." And I was like, "Okay,
it's right
turn
there.
it off." I'm like, "He's not gonna turn it off, so it doesn't matter."
It was funny because for a moment you froze and were like, "Oh, did he turn it off?" And then all of a sudden it came back on. It was like, it's me.
It's Casey's heartbeat, everyone. He does have a heart.
It sounded like a sonogram, like the baby's heartbeat. I was like, whoa.
Casey's a little baby. Casey's a little baby.
But
please continue, Steven.
As I say, but because he's on a native reservation, there's way less legal recourse to pursue. Basically, the only thing you can do in that situation is that the Violence Against Women Act has a carve out specifically for when
turning off video doesn't mute you.
Oh man, this is so bad.
You got a microphone mute button.
I had to turn my fan on.
Keep going.
Yeah, but the only thing is that
like trying to like.
Yeah. I don't know how much I'm supposed to be powering through versus giving in. So I'm just powering through until someone tells me to stop.
I know.
No, keep going, Steven.
But
keep going.
The only legal recourse is due to a clause in the Violence Against Women Act that allows you to. The government will respect the U.S. government will respect restraining orders against non-natives from people on a native reservation that is enacted by a tribal court. So that's where that Ezra is evading authorities thing came from, because they made a restraining order and then they couldn't give it to them. And then all of a sudden that turned into like, Ezra's running from the cops. It's like, no, literally the people that were required to serve it just couldn't serve it outside of their jurisdiction. Or like you get into other stuff too, though, where like that Rolling Stone article, I saw someone referenced in the chat, the baby with the bullet in its mouth. You go read that article and it references the article is the source for that article, and they say at the top is from the father of the children and the mother, who once you know who the woman like has spoken out in interviews and on social media, but once you know her name, you can find the father's name, and he's got a rap sheet as long as like all of hell, full of domestic.
I'm glad you said that. It was like some people say, long as my, anyways. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
how long is it though? Really,
it's not that long. But it's like domestic.
Where's
abuse
Amanda?
And but Rolling Stone treated this guy as the primary source for the article, saying like, oh, it's unsafe for my wife or my whatever the mother of my children to have their kids there. First of all, this guy is not there, so how is he speaking on like a kid had a bullet in their mouth and stuff like that? But second of all, like this dude is trying to get his kids back when like this is based on his criminal record, should not have the care of the kids. And per the mother cited in the article, she says, we escaped an abusive situation and Ezra was providing a safe haven. So how the hell does this article exist that you like treat all the sources as like you can't ignore the guy as a source, but how do you write a source from that point of view? How do you take the father's point of view in that case and write it from his point of view, and not like it should be from either more neutral, or take the mother's point of view and then you say the father says this, but like that's a pretty big character assassination as a primary source for that article. And I don't know what other, I'm not trying to be critical of their process. I don't know exactly what process they followed, but like,
I think they just wanted to get more engagement, more clicks for that, because that's also another side of the story you can run with, because no one else will do that,
And maybe it's true. So like you can't, the bias doesn't disprove it on its own, but it's just to say like, oh, this dude who has been proven guilty in court of domestic abuse and assault and burglary and whatever else is on his rap sheet, let's go ahead and write an article taking his claims as absolutely true, saying that he needs his kids back and they're unsafe at Ezra Miller's house in Vermont. Like, well, hold on. Like, what are you actually advocating for here?
Right.
Those kids should be safe, and if it's not safe at Ezra's place, then they shouldn't be there. But the person who dictate like the judgment over whether or not it's a safe place for them or not, I'm not going to leave up to that dude. Right? Like
that guy.
Like it's just a wild, and yet that's put out there, and now so you keep on seeing this stuff about the baby had bullets in its mouth and stuff. It's like based on the word of a dude who's got a longer rap sheet of convictions than Ezra has.
How many times did he go like, "Where's my daughter? Where's my daughter?" And they're like, "She's actually right here." Did you see the post that she herself posts?
Yeah.
She like she's right here. Like
it's just such a crazy accusation. Like this baby had a bullet in its mouth. Like, hey, what? Come on, man, really?
Well, and then it said like, oh, I think the Rolling Stone article said this is corroborated by 2 other unnamed sources. And it's like, well, you look at any of these. You got Chase Iron Eyes and Sarah Jumping Eagle, who are involved in every single one of these, who would corroborate something like that. You've got, there's 2 stalkers of Ezra that are digging up all this dirt too. Like, there's plenty of 2 other sources that are going to corroborate this stuff, who have been proven to be. And it's not just like, that's not even conspiratorial, because these people, their names are always come up together, and they're always spreading stuff, and that's why you see you go back even before all of this stuff started coming up. These stalkers have a history on Tumblr and on Instagram and other places of saying stuff that is factually provable, like lies about Ezra, like back then. And so it's just wild that like there's more to it than that, I'm sure. So I don't mean to simplify it to that, but the fact that like two stalkers like spreading lies about Ezra turned it up, like snowballed into this national story, like is just absolutely wild. That we're and then that people will look at it and on face value and be like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna accept that as fact. It's like, whoa, like
I was watching this Netflix documentary called Untold, and it's just 2 episodes, and it's about one NFL player named Manti Te'o, and some time ago, what happened with him was he
He
met
got
someone.
catfished.
Yeah,
Oh, is that
he
the
got
catfish thing? Okay.
yeah, he got catfish for like 3 years, and the whole first episode is just from his point of view, and he seems very genuine, and it
Yeah.
does feel like genuinely he got catfish, right? So the second episode starts, and this time it's just from the point of view of the media. So there was this company which I think now is shut down called Deadspin, and two reporters from that actually started digging into what's happening here, because this player was always on the news talking about his girlfriend and stuff, and then 3 years later she died, and he also announced that, and he kind of became a national hero for that college football or something like that. So these people from Deadspin were actually trying to look into what happened here, and they discovered that this person who he's been calling his girlfriend doesn't even exist, right? So they started to dig into what's the matter here, and who this girl is, where's the picture coming from, and all that, right? So it's fascinating to see the people who actually dug into this being interviewed, and they're you know shamelessly just saying that even if it's not a hoax, like they were coming from an angle that he was making that up, and he was making this hoax up just to get attention and all that praise and all that stuff, right? So they were coming from that angle, and they had to just prove that. And apparently they just got a random tip from nobody, and they said that this might be a hoax, so they just wanted to prove that. And from that point of view, they started to make stuff happen to prove that. So they started digging into Twitter and other social media, MySpace, whatever, reaching out to the actual girl whose photo that is and all that. And it's wild how much similar that was to Ezra Miller's story, because once they started writing this article about it being a hoax, they just wanted the article out. They didn't care if that was true or not. And they even mentioned that while writing the story, we have a strict deadline we have to set to get comments from the people we're writing about, so that we hear from them, and if we don't hear from them, we just post it, right? So
Yeah.
they didn't hear from Manti Te'o or the father or anyone included in that story, and just because they wanted to be the first people to put it out, they just posted it, and it became this elaborate thing, destroying this guy's career, who was a star. And
I heard that he couldn't even
Yeah.
do anything after this. Like it was.
Well, he got
Nobody picked
drafted
him
by
in
the
drafts.
He got drafted by the Chargers, but he never.
He never went
became.
anywhere, right?
He never became anything, and the funny thing, the
It's
the
crazy.
stupidest about it is that like the day that she died, her name was Lene Kakua.
Yeah.
The day she died was on September 11th, 2012. So it was like I don't know. It wasn't even a real person, you know what I mean? But like that was the day they
Yeah.
picked, like, oh, she dead, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, on September 11th, really? Come on.
On the day his grandmother died.
Yeah,
Oh
it was like, holy
God.
crap, this is
It
ridiculous.
was wild. The episode 2 just it's kind of so wild, because the entire first episode just is from his perspective. The second episode is from those people who were trying to prove it's a hoax, and they just didn't care.
Yeah, but it's a good example of like, because like, especially in movies and stuff, you get like these, like a story about a journalist or a writer or whatever, and they spend like months researching this stuff, and like that just doesn't. Sometimes that kind of thing happens, but like almost never does anyone that publishes this stuff spend that much time on it. And sometimes when you get wrapped up in the spider web of like, oh damn, this is way more than I thought it was, you just got to run with what you got. And sometimes that happens to be a wife beater who's saying that his kids are unsafe with Ezra. Like, but like it's crazy when you stack up all the claims too. When you look at like you string all of those together, and you've got 2 arrests in Hawaii, one of which was for disorderly conduct, and then but because of all the coverage about that, people think there were like a dozen arrests in Hawaii. And there's the assault charge for throwing a chair, where once again medical attention was declined at the scene, which speaks to the severity of the injury. It's not to say that injury is like it's acceptable or okay, but like that's that one case of like of incidental injury being incurred at a party, and then it turned into Ezra Miller is assaulting people all over Hawaii, and then you get the like Ezra is the next legal case that popped up after that is in Vermont, where Ezra lives, and it was like one of their neighbors' houses that they are accused of stealing a couple bottles of alcohol from, and that's the only other legal case, and it was after that, and people are like, oh, Ezra's committing crimes all over the place now. I can't even keep track of what state they're in. It's like they live in Vermont. They were in Hawaii for a few weeks. And there were a few
pictures of him with his or with them with the mom. Mom was there.
Yeah,
it's, like,
it's just the whole thing is wacky.
And so you look at like this whole narrative form. So you've got Ezra's assaulting people all over Hawaii. No, they weren't. You've got they've got babies at their house with bullets in their mouth. It's like, yeah, per the convicted wife beater father who's trying to get the kids to come home. You've got like what other, I'm trying to think of some of the other crazy claims. Oh, you've got all the like the stuff that happened in Iceland, which is crazy because that goes way back to a couple of years ago with the choking video. But the information that came, like, that always had no context, and the information that came out of that was, oh, they were like jeering at them, like, oh, let's fight, and Ezra was like, oh, you want to fight, and then choked them, which is what we saw in the video, which is taking it too far, but like that's a totally new context versus like just walking up to a random person and choking them for no reason. That's not to say like
right.
That's to say they were asking for it, but they were asking for it.
Well, they haven't
went too far. But like it's just so crazy to see all that snowball into this much larger story, and it's like, yes, this is a problem. Yes, they need help. Yes, they're getting help, but like roll it back to like the small snowball, not like this giant boulder of a like force of nature destroying lives left and right all over the world. Like,
and that's the thing is that they haven't even been convicted of a crime yet. And so because of that, but everybody wants to jump to conclusions for a lot of bad reasons.
Most people think that they've been like convicted of all this stuff. They think they were running
video.
He's on the run from the police.
Yeah, people think
on the run. Filming reshoots.
Yeah,
filming.
He was on the run.
Hanging out at mom's house. I mean, my God.
And so, and then you got a huge faction of fans who are going to badmouth him because they want this is so stupid.
Grant Gustin.
They want the movie to get canceled, and I'm like, dude, they're not going to cancel the movie. Or like, what kind of world are we living in?
That's the frustrating thing is that 90% of the people that have an opinion on this have an opinion on it for reasons other than Ezra and what they're actually doing.
Exactly. You're just like, dude, what? It's like, look,
they're like, oh, Ezra is terrible and they're a criminal and they need to be removed. By the way, Grant Gustin needs the role. It's like,
God.
No.
One of the worst is also when Batgirl got canceled and they were like, Zaslav is going to cancel this, but let Flash release.
It's like two totally different situations. Oh, but it's because Ezra's.
It's not even double the budget. It's more than double.
Yeah, this is a Hollywood blockbuster movie. You don't just like throw this away.
Well, not only that, but it's engineered for theatrical. Like, there's so many things about it outside of the fact that it's about it, like it's a higher profile character, it's a bigger budget, it's designed for a theatrical release, it's a big event film with lots of cameos from other DC characters, and like Batgirl had a lot of. I really wanted to see Batgirl. I had a lot of really cool stuff. Michael Keaton coming back and all that was cool, but
we're never gonna see it.
It's apples and oranges in terms of like
totally
like what the actual product was and why they. Yeah. But once again, a lot of these, so many of these complaints are motivated by things other than what has Ezra actually done, and people bring like it's so dishonest to bring in not unrelated arguments. Like if you don't like if you want Grant Gustin as the Flash, or if you want the Snyderverse canceled, or if you want the Flash canceled because it's not the Snyderverse, or if you want the Flash canceled because Batgirl was canceled, or if you like the MCU and hate the whatever all these reasons are, none of those are good reasons to have an opinion on what Ezra Miller has or hasn't done. Like if those are your reasons for caring, then don't have an opinion on this. If you actually care about what Ezra Miller has done or hasn't done, great, then let's talk about that. But all the it's this is not just, I'm not getting mad just because of Ezra Miller, but that's because 90% of comic book arguments on Twitter, or arguments on Twitter in general, are this, where it's like you don't actually care about whatever we're arguing about. This is because you want fucking Matt Ryan to be Constantine in Sandman or whatever. Like,
by the way, speaking of Sandman, I've been
great show.
But I thought I recognized this, and it's just so cool to have it confirmed because I've been reading articles while you guys have been talking, because it's blah 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 blah.
Good.
3 voices.
Oh man,
3 voices in the animated Cat episode. David Tennant, Michael Sheen, and James McAvoy.
Wow.
They're in the episode.
Wow. Really?
Which is funny because all 3 of them are in the Audible drama.
Blah, blah, blah. Fake. Fucking fucked.
Yeah, pretty much.
I was a little late on that, but yeah.
I was wondering what you were looking for.
I know. I was like, I have one. Blah, 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 blah. I was like, Scott, yeah. No, but that's crazy. I didn't know that that's cool.
Did you know they were in the Audible drama?
No.
Yeah, because McAvoy's Morpheus.
I know about the main Cat, but I didn't know about the
Yeah, David Tennant plays Loki, and Michael Sheen is Lucifer.
I like it. I'm gonna have to listen to that.
Dave, have you
seen
Sandman?
Huh? I've only seen the first episode.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Dude, it's so good.
Oh no, it is. No, I enjoyed the first episode. Yeah, I'm gonna try to.
You're lucky you just read the first issue of the comic. Like that's pretty much.
Yeah.
You're lucky that you'll be able to watch the bonus episode together with the season.
Exactly.
Yeah, like I found out about the bonus episode today on the show. I was like, oh,
same.
I was like, damn it. But no, it's a fabulous show. I mean, I was blown away by how good it was, and not just with the special effects, with the storytelling, with the acting.
Well,
with the music was just like so good.
Well, Steve and I were talking about that, like how the special effects, the visual effects, even for Netflix, is like even when something is obviously CGI, it's done in a way that like doesn't bother you. Like it's like
we were talking about with She-Hulk. Where I can guarantee you that the showrunners are in deep discussions with their visual effects supervisors before the cameras even start rolling. I was just talking to Amanda about this too, because I think there's some COVID stuff that impacted it also. But because there's so many shots that look stagey, that look like green screen, but they incorporate that into the show's aesthetic, where it's like part of the dream world, or it's part of like there's this like ethereal quality to it, where even though it looks fake, it's not like they are failing at making it look real.
It's that they intentionally played on the fact that he's in the dreaming.
Yeah.
Right. And so it can look super abstract and super crazy, and you're just like, yes, that makes perfect sense because he's in the dream world.
Even real world shots will have a very clear green screen, but it's like they shot it to intentionally to look like a studio backlot. That's just part of the look for the show they embraced. So instead of fighting it and failing, they embraced it in a way that like gives it a much more stylized stylized tone.
The one that really makes me think about this, and I can say this without spoiling anything for Dave, but the church scene in episode 3 with Constantine, like,
yeah,
they obviously weren't, like, I can tell they weren't actually in a church, but it works the way it looks.
I
the
still
lens
can't.
they use is also pretty
Still
good.
can't use the Constantine. I'm like, time,
Right?
Wow,
Time?
It's gonna be
because now in the comic it was John.
It was
comic.
John, yes.
And then so I took it as they probably didn't have the rights to use John.
Neil Gaiman confirmed on Twitter John couldn't come out to play.
Yeah, well, they probably Warner Brothers or Warner Brothers Discovery probably told him, oh, we have a plan for him, so you can't use him.
For the J.J. Abrams,
just like Jon Stewart, just like
part of
everybody
a
else.
10-year plan.
But
and with a plan.
To that point though, but
He's
they
gone.
could use Joanna because Neil Gaiman created Joanna. So
is there?
Okay.
I don't know if this is like how obvious this is or not, but is Joanna related to John in the comics?
Joanna is John's ancestor.
Okay, I figured, but when I was reading, but I didn't know if it was ever explicitly confirmed.
I had to look that up when I was watching it. I was like, "Who's?"
I thought
Joanne?
that was one of the smarter changes,
like,
though, because the second they were like Joanna Constantine, I was like, "Oh, I knew exactly what they were doing with the characters," but didn't know if there was more reason to do that outside of. Like it's a logical thing to do, very logical, like that way to streamline the narrative.
It was a cool way for them to use the character because they're like, okay, so it's not John, but it's Joanne Constantine, and that's an actual ancestor of John. So I thought it was really clever. I was like, oh, and they probably asked the Warner Brothers like, hey, could we use Joanne Constantine? They're like, who's that? Yeah, go ahead. Okay, yeah, cool.
Fine, yeah.
But once again, it being Neil created Joanna, so it's like and this is Vertigo, so it's like these are Neil's characters, like
right.
That's the beauty of Vertigo is almost like that creator-owned area where like Neil gets to do what Neil wants because Neil created these characters.
I mean, it would have been really cool if it was John Constantine or Constantine. That would have been really cool. But I mean, the girl they got to play Joanne, she did a fabulous job.
Yeah, I think she brought her own flair.
I was like, oh wow.
See,
I
know Jenna from the Matt Smith Capaldi era of Doctor Who because she was the companion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because when Karen Gillian left. And Arthur Darvill, who happens to be in the bonus episode that just released today, when they left Doctor Who, Jenna Coleman was the companion who took over. So
okay.
I've been a fan of hers for a while. So when I heard she got cast as Joanna, and then I realized, yes, they're using her as a surrogate for John in that one story because John shows up in that one issue and never shows up again, but Joanna shows up multiple times. So
I actually liked that cameo in episode 6 as well.
Yeah, like she showed up, and I was like, "Wait a minute, I don't understand."
Because that's actually when in the comic
when she actually
shows up. Yes.
Yeah, and that's what I figured. I was like, okay, if they did that, then that's really cool because they were just like, "Hey, by the way, that's the real one." You know what I mean? Like that was the original one, so we'll just keep her as the same character. That was really cool.
And they also adapt.
Dave's like, damn it.
I'm like,
yeah. And
he's
also,
like, have you guys seen Bear?
Oh, this is one of the.
Have you seen Beast?
Yeah. Anybody? Yeah, Bear.
This is one of the shows that I felt peaked in the middle. Like episode 5 and 6 were just mind blowing.
Oh well, because also, Casey, I mean, those are also the issues. Like 24 Hours is the name of the issue. The episode's called 24/7, but the issue 24 Hours is one of those issues that like people say the diner and Sandman fans go, we all kind of like,
oh man,
that
episode
clutch up.
That one episode could have been a single movie.
Yeah,
it's
man.
So good.
And I'll tell you, when you listen to
what is happening right now?
The audible version of
the audible is it's disturbing as hell.
Yeah.
And then episode 6 with the sound of her wings is another one of those issues that everyone goes, oh, I remember that. So I agree.
Yeah.
I think I agree with you, kids too. So my point is that the reason it peaks in the middle is because those are also like standout issues that are just getting adapted. So I agree with you.
I was also really, really impressed with how I was expecting them to lean a lot more into the R-rated with the show, especially with it being on Netflix and like I don't know but like not that it was exactly it was more than PG-13, but there was no nudity, and even the gore was often
suggested.
Dave is instantly disinterested now.
A lot.
And Dave's crossing it off his list.
There's partial nudity. They did a good job with it.
They show a butt. They show.
Yeah, I was about to say. I'm like, have you
They
seen
show
his
Morpheus'
reaction
like
to, his
entire
scene
body
when
except for
when he grabs the sand.
Also,
Yes.
side note in that scene when he was floating to go into that portal, it was so squeezed and he was so slim. I was just thinking that this has to be in the comic because the imagery there just looked like that.
Is.
And then I saw
That's
that
a panel.
Yeah,
That's
it's a perfect. Yeah,
and
yeah.
they do
I've
stuff
seen
with
that.
the eyes too, where it'll be dark and the eyes will glint, and you're like, oh, there you go.
Or the hair. Like his hair is crazy in the comic.
Well, the costuming is crazy too. How he's got a different black trench coat, like depending on the era and the location, he's always got like a different black trench coat thing going on. Or like the second half of The Sound of Her Wings, where they do the bar, where they have him meeting with what's the guy with Hob. Which was another one where when that started, I was like, here we go, like knowing how the story goes.
Oh yeah, the Men of Good Fortune is the name of that issue.
So since I've only seen the first episode, I was just like, well, I know, but I'm just saying, like the fact that he's like basically naked in that, in that
glass
globe,
ball.
In the glass ball. I'm kind of going like, because when I see shots from like other episodes, his face looks a little fuller, and I'm going,
that'll be explained.
Okay, is that explained?
Because
I'm kind of going like, did he like starve and dehydrate himself to make him look slimmer?
I think they also did some stuff with the lensing.
Yeah, one thing is they just squeezed the
lensing.
Yeah.
Because when I see like other shots, I'm like, God damn it! I always go like, God damn it! I got to catch up on the show because
firstly his face is glorious.
His face,
depending on the location, they see like the Dreaming, they use some kind of like some sort of like fisheye lens effect.
Okay.
Almost.
Yes.
And when they're in Hell, they have it's a
that was such a good episode.
I think Hell is a really wide angle.
It was such a good
episode.
episode.
It is. Yes.
All the faces are like really wide, and also you'll see like there's a lot of like claustrophobic shots in the real world, and then in the Dreaming you have these wide shots, and in Hell there's a lot of really wide shots. And so you'll notice, and so I think that there was some sort of an anamorphic kind of extra squeeze going on in the in Roderick Burgess's basement.
Okay.
It's just really good.
And
it's just
also,
really good.
And
it was so shocking to learn that he was there for so many years, though.
I know.
Yeah. I thought he'd been there for like a year or so. No, it was a
when
long
the
time.
scene came on where the generations changed. I was like, what?
Yeah,
He was there for this
wait a
long?
minute.
Well, there's
He's
specifically
still
the scene
there?
where they switch the sun, where it's like in the middle of the scene, all of a sudden you're like, whoa, wait a minute, he's an old man now.
yeah. All of a sudden he's an old man and he's in a chair. I was like, oh,
but they really the way that they were able to personify Dream, like there's almost like you ruin the character if you do too much with him because you can't make him too human. And so the fact that they were able to keep him as detached and above humanity, yet still give him this sense of empathy and like give you compassion for him. And even later on,
episode 6,
there's several episodes, several different points throughout the series, but where someone will be like, "Oh, damn," or who was it? When they is it no somebody else realizes that it was him. Is it Was it Joanna Constantine who was who she's like, There's a rumor that there was the devil down there, and then she's
when
like, "Oh,
they go to
shit,
meet
that
her
was
ex.
you." Yeah, and she's like, "Oh shit, that was you," and I don't even think he says anything. There's just this like,
look,
fuck,
yeah,
like
the way he acts through the entire series is amazing. Like without saying much, he does so much.
Well, and another thing that I like what the series does is because, and Dave, I can speak to this because you've seen episode 1, is how it lays ground. Like the show will mention things that a comic book reader knows what's coming, but it's cool is that they go ahead and set the groundwork for things that even in the comic they hadn't mentioned yet. So because like the fact that you meet the Corinthian in episode 1,
yeah,
oh yeah, he doesn't show up until like what in the show would be like episode 7, and the fact oh yeah, like when that arc, speaking non-spoilery, like, but when that arc happens in the second half of the season, in the comic, the Corinthian doesn't show up until then. And I love the way that for the sake of the TV show, they establish him immediately.
I'm glad about that.
Oh yeah,
because
he
was great in the background.
yeah, he was always great. Improves the story, and in the same way that like having John Constantine in there would be cool, but I think having Joanna Constantine is a better version of this story. Though.
Yeah, I agree.
Not that I like it would have been awesome if it was, Keanu Reeves or Matt Ryan or just a version of John. But it makes so much more sense for it to be Joanna because of the relationship that he has with Joanna, or the various Joannas at least throughout. Assuming it's all, I don't know if it's all age, whatever. But the point is that there's a relationship there that makes a lot more sense for this. Well, that's sort of a spoiler, but also, I mean, there's more stuff that I don't know if they're going to do in future seasons or not. But there's a.
And David Goyer has said they've already started. They don't even have the green light yet, but David Goyer says they're already writing the season 2 scripts.
Of course, it's going to be greenlit. Come on.
Man. Oh no, you look at these numbers that are being reported, and it's like it's as far as it's hard to talk about streaming numbers because it's like,
of course, because they could bullshit them,
right? But based on these third-party reportings, it's like this sucker is like blowing everyone, like 23% blowing over everything else on the market right now, and then they go and drop this bonus episode, what's that going to make everyone do? It's going to make everyone go back and rewatch it. It's I've already watched it twice because I watched it and then I rewatched it with Heather.
Same. Well, I watched it with Amanda, but
yeah, I was going to say you watched it with Heather. You watched it with Heather also. Damn.
Hey now. Yeah. No, Dave. As soon as it's over, just start watching it. Stay up all night and watch it. It's really good.
But I'll watch it. I'll probably start watching it in the morning.
There's so much lore in this story too. Like I don't think you can capture all this in one single movie, especially if it's just 2 hours.
That's what Neil said. Neil said that's why the movies always failed because you can't. You can't do this.
Well, because I
remember.
Joseph Gordon-Levitt was attached to a movie, and they couldn't crack it, and they just don't forget it, and they ended up just.
Well, oddly though, a lot of the stuff they did here, you could have made a movie out of him. It would have been the origin story, and so you end it basically after he gets his helmet back, right? Or after he gets he gets the sand, and then he gets the ruby, and then the helmet, right? No. Yeah, so end it.
Dave hasn't seen it yet,
so you would end it with after the diner, then basically. So John D would be like the third act, and then that would be like, I think that makes sense. And so you do a lot of what this did to structure it and combine Constantine and all that stuff. That would be a good first move, but it'd also be like a generic superhero. Like it makes it's better as a series that you get the Corinthian stuff in here also, because that's a better long-term villain. And that's the problem with like all these superhero stuff, is that like the more you have to do the origin before you can do the more interesting stuff.
Yeah.
But
his origin is kind of complicated.
Scott, you were saying third-party analytics, but Netflix publishes their top 10 data. And for TV, for August 8th through August 14th, the Sandman is #1. It's the second week that it was listed #1, and it had 127,500,000 hours viewed. The next highest was Never Have I Ever, season 3 with 55 million hours viewed.
Nice.
Wow.
So, yeah, top 10 in 93 countries on Netflix. I mean, this is all first-party data. And let's see.
But it
Stranger
just makes
Things
me
season 4 had 1,352,000,000 hours viewed in the first 28 days. So Sandman
It hasn't
is
been 28 either.
Sandman's might be hard pressed. Let's see, 1 week. It'll be hard pressed, but it could catch. I think it might be behind Stranger Things season 4, but that's still.
And did you guys see like when somebody was like, I can't believe Warner Brothers and HBO Max dropped this, and they're like, no, they never did. They just it was like they didn't drop it, but it was like they didn't even like accept it. Like the fact that
they
Warner Media was like, no, we're not going to do this, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, we'll do it.
Oh,
what Neil Gaiman said is that they went to Warner Brothers, they pitched the idea, and then they shopped it around, and Netflix was just the one that said,
okay,
here's
your money.
Here's your money. And Netflix gave them the best deal. And based on some of the articles I was reading, during the blah, 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 fuck, blah, blah, was that Netflix...
Blah, 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 fake, fucking fucks.
That was fast.
That was fast.
Oh, because I already had it ready.
But Netflix also didn't blink at things like, yes, let's do the cat episode that's going to be entirely animated, we talk about Netflix bleeding money, but it's such a hard thing for me because it's like, I know that Netflix is bleeding money, but I also appreciate the fact that Netflix will roll the dice on things like this.
Yeah.
Well, that's what's good about that. It is what's good about that. But I mean, this weekend I'm going to try my best to get as many episodes in, because I was like, all right, I'm going to watch the first episode when it came out.
Once you get going, it's great because it's
hard not.
It's a good binge watch, but also
oh yeah, I know
it's not a binge watch where you're like where you get frustrated if you can't it's easy to stop because it's
so much to take in.
Well, but it's almost a procedural structure, because they every couple episodes the cast, other than like the dreams and stuff like that, gets switched up, and so it's not like a cliffhanger after cliffhanger after cliffhanger. But if you do want to watch them all together, it flows really well.
Fine.
Yeah.
All right.
It looks like it's tracking to beat Witcher season 1.
It's so much better than Witcher.
I know. It's so much better.
I know.
And Witcher's a really good show.
Witcher's a good show, but no, Sandman is better.
I'm just looking at in the first 28 days, Witcher did 541 million hours. And Sandman in the first 2 weeks first week. See, I don't have enough specificity in the data. Did 127,000.
You know what it reminds me of though? Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I thought you were.
Well, I was gonna say so. It could pretty easily be the second all-time season on Netflix behind Stranger Things season 4. It would need to beat 656 million hours to beat Bridgerton season 2. So that'll be so that at the current rate, that would be a bit of a climb.
That's a monster to beat.
Top 5. It's got.
You can't beat the horny housewives. Sorry.
I mean, Dream is a bit that.
But it might have a pretty easy strut into top 5 all time.
But it's amazing how many people are thirsting after the Corinthian. I mean, seriously.
I mean, he looks good, and he's wearing glasses all the time.
The second he showed up, it's Boyd Holbrook, and I was like, I was like, oh yeah, that's gonna be a thing.
That guy, it's amazing how that guy's just shows up in random things.
He's a lot more of a chameleon than you'd expect.
Yeah,
he really is. He really is.
I never anticipated that he was that versatile of a performer, and because his performances don't look like he's like taken on a like compare this to like Logan, and
dude. When I watched the trailer, I was like, "Is that?" I couldn't process whether that was him or not. So I get what you're saying. It's like, and then I had to look it up. I'm like, okay, it is Boyd. What's his name? Boyd Holbrook. Yeah. So I know what you're saying, because it was something different. Even like, I mean, he was in that one Predator movie that didn't quite do well.
Oh yeah. Shane
so
Black
glad I'm so glad that's the only Predator movie to this day I still haven't seen.
I still haven't seen it either.
It's not very good.
It's really
Psylocke was in it.
Oh God, yeah.
But no, like Sandman kind of felt like at least for me when I was watching it, it really kind of felt like it had that feel of like Never-Ending Story. You know what I mean? Like that sort of take on fantasy, and that sort of take on Never-Ending Story. Imagination was fading away. And in this one, the dream world, was at risk. You know what I mean? And so I kind of felt like that kind of parallel, and then the way that everything was kind of presented, it reminded me of like a Never-Ending Story type of world where it was just like it's supposed to be over the top. I don't know how best to describe it, but it just really felt like that's what it kind of brought me back to, was watching Never-Ending Story.
Yeah. Well, and I love I weirdly, even though I was familiar with the story already, seeing it on screen made me realize just how strong the inspiration on The Matrix was.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously the Morpheus name and everything, but like the shared dreaming, and the like, and then obviously Morpheus specifically, time to wake up Neo and all that.
Yeah.
But,
whenever Morpheus and Constantine were going somewhere together, I was always just picturing Neo.
It's amazing when shows you start going like, "Hey, Matrix," I mean, anybody who's watched Westworld, you gotta go, Matrix.
Which, by the way, I finished
Me too.
Westworld season 4.
Oh my God, so fucking beautiful. My God, I was like, what is season 5?
I
don't even know. I don't even get like what are they gonna do with season 5? I really don't.
Okay, Dave, I got to ask you this: do you feel like, one, because we're still waiting on an announcement that HBO is greenlighting season 5, but do you get the feeling that if they do greenlight season 5, season 5's it?
Yeah. I think they've been saying for a very long time.
Yeah, didn't Nolan and his and Joy talk about that? Like they were like 5 seasons. That's all we got. Yeah,
that's all we got.
That's all, which is good. It's like know your limit.
5 seasons is like a pretty good number. Like,
well, and the fact that just like when you watch like again season 4 of Westworld was like when you watch that first episode, you go, what the fuck is going on here? Like what? And then all of a sudden you start going, and you get to that episode 4, you go, oh, and then you go, okay, oh shit. I mean, man, and then you start thinking about season 1, and you go, oh, I get it. And it's like, how did they fucking do this with each season going, oh yeah, we're gonna change it up, and then change it up, and then change it up, and you're like, oh, okay. But they don't like throw it in your face right off the bat. They go, we're going to lead you into what we're doing here. And then you go, oh my God, that's what's happening. Holy shit. And then, but I have no idea. I'm like, season 5, the way that this season ended, it almost could have been like, hey, this could have been the series finale. But then it's like, but not really, because it does leave a loose end. And you go, what's going to happen? I don't get it. Oh shit. God damn it.
I just loved the ending because it was going back to season 1 again.
Yeah. Definitely goes back to
season 1. Thank you.
But there's also like thematically, what are you gonna do with season 5?
Fuck. It's gonna be crazy.
I would love for season 5, avoiding spoilers, but I would love for season 5 to be that season 1 revisit with
sounds like
some sort of thematic shift with the story. Like
it's probably what's gonna be.
I know, and I'm like, but what is the story? Because that's the thing about Westworld. I can never guess what the story's going to be.
No.
I think two things are just guaranteed to happen. We'll definitely be getting Ford back, and
wouldn't it be great to see Anthony Hopkins again? I mean, seriously.
I mean, let's not
and
get
we'll
too
get
to anybody that's seen it, but yes, I think it's always like one of those things where you go, where is he, or has he always been present this whole time? I mean, like it's like one of those things where you go, like if you could think about some of the speeches that he had in season 1, you go,
and you think about some things that happened in season 2.
That too. Yeah,
I've only seen season 1, so I thought it was really good. I just haven't gotten around to seson.
You gotta.
Now
really...
I'm Dave. Now I'm Dave in the Sandman.
I know.
Talk,
Sandman talk.
But Andre, you might. One thing I've talked about is that people who have criticized certain seasons of Westworld, I think it's because they didn't have the memory or the patience for the week-to-week release. And I think the binge helps because this show is so tied together, and so it doesn't. You don't get a lot of exposition episode to episode to remind you. They just expect you to like, oh no,
the writers they expect you to be smart. Yeah.
Yes. Like
that happened a lot with Mad Men. Every time a new season would start, I'd be like, "What the hell happened last season again?" And then I had to like remind myself, like, "Okay, yeah."
It wasn't even a recap.
No, it would just start up. You're like, "Oh shit, what?" Yeah.
And they try. I mean, like when you watch an HBO Max, they give you a recap, but then all of a sudden they'll be like, "It's season 4." Then they'll show you something in season 1. You go, "Wait, oh yeah, that's right. That's significant. What is that? Oh shit." A fly is significant. Oh, that's why the fly is significant. It's like
I like that Hemsworth character. He's so just normal.
Oh, I love him so much,
dude. I know, dude. For like the first season, I was going, why does this guy look familiar? Why does this guy look familiar? And then I'm like, oh, he was in Thor. He played Thor in the theatrical thing. Oh, he's actually fucking Chris Hemsworth's older brother. No shit. He just didn't get the height. He didn't get the height as the other Hemsworths. He's a little shorter.
Wait, Chris Hemsworth isn't the oldest?
No,
Luke is right. Isn't Luke the oldest?
There's 3 of them, right?
Yeah. Luke, Liam.
One is Liam.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I thought Luke is the oldest, right?
If you found out right now that there was a 4th Hemsworth, would you be shocked?
Yes, I would.
Jake Hemsworth.
Where is he at these days?
No,
I scoop him up.
I don't know. I just always
I can tell you exactly what he looks like.
Yeah,
he's about this tall. He's blonde. He's got bristles.
Luke is seriously like Luke is like 5 inches shorter than the other two.
Luke is 5'9".
Yeah,
and he is
5'9",
and he's 41 right now. He'll be 42.
So he's the oldest, right?
He's the oldest. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, when I looked him up, I'm like, oh shit, and I saw all 3 of them together. I'm like, poor guy didn't get the height. It's like, but I was like, hey, I feel you, brother. I feel you. I didn't get the height either, So,
but it's so good in the show.
Oh, he's so awesome. He's great. He's great.
Everyone talks like they're being poetic and prophetic lines and all that, and he's just a regular dude. Just oh shit, now we got to do this and stuff like that.
Fuck you, Bernard.
Funny.
Fuck you, Bernard.
Yeah. Fuck you, Bernard.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Jeffrey Wright. Oh my god.
So good. He's so good.
So good.
So
the whole Andre
Jeffrey Thompson, so good.
God damn. Oh, and Tandy Newton is
Oh yeah.
Everybody's so good.
He looks more like he's related to like more like he's related to Chris Pine than Chris Hemsworth.
He does.
He does.
He looks like Chris Pine's brother more than Chris Hemsworth.
Yeah.
But anyways, guys, I think this is a good way to stop. I know, Andre, you said you had a dip, and I was like, yeah, this is probably a good way to, we're already over 4 hours into this thing. We're going into Westworld territory, and this could be an entire fucking stream. We'll do that one of these days. We just talk about Westworld because, god damn it, that show. Man, and I love it too. Like Aaron Paul even recently said that one of his performances in one of the episodes he can't even watch because it was so hard to like do. And I was like, yep, that scene right there, I could see, especially being a father. I was like, yeah. And it was like, God damn it. And Aaron Paul is just a fucking phenomenal actor. I mean, I'm so glad that like he's. I mean, obviously he did. I mean, obviously we know about the Better Call Saul thing, and he did something again. But he was basically saying, "All right, that's it for Jesse Pinkman. There's not going to be any more of that because he's finally saying goodbye." But then he also talked about an episode that he did with this season of Westworld. He was like, "I couldn't even watch it because I can't revisit it. It was hard." I was like, "God damn!" I was like, "Yeah, I can see it. I can see it."
Well, the stuff that his character goes through this season.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God. He gets fucking rung through the. Yeah, Jesus Christ.
I also love the intro change this season, and I was waiting for that to
and
happen
that's
in the
another
show.
thing about Westworld is I love the fact that the intro won't make any sense to you until
the end of the season.
until the end of the season.
Yeah.
And you're like, it was there the entire time.
Just like Severance. Just like Severance.
Yes.
You're like, why is it showing all? Oh, I get it. I get it. Yeah. And that's what's funny because like when I went to the episode when I got into season 4, I went, what the fuck does that mean? Because I know now, and I'm like, and then all of a sudden I'm like, and then I was like, does it mean this? Does it mean? And then all of a sudden when it reached a certain point where it was later in the season, I went, oh. That's what that means because every time I don't skip the intro. I love
that is not a skip intro.
No,
show.
I love that theme song. I love that theme song, and I love everything about it. Yeah.
Was this season made during COVID?
I think so.
That's why the whole housefly thing was kind of similar to that. COVID spreading and all that.
It's funny too because in Breaking Bad they had a whole episode about a fly.
Oh, I remember that. Oh, that episode was
such a great episode. Such a great episode. It was just a contained episode between Bryan Cranston and Aaron Paul. Such a great episode. Like one of the best, like top 5, honestly. And they did it because they had to save money. That's what's so funny about that. They're like, let's save money, so let's have a contained episode. And it ended up being one of the best fucking episodes of the whole fucking series.
If you, it's kind of wild how often a bottle episode ends up being like remember that used to happen in Community too. They didn't even call it out. Where like it's a bottle episode.
Yeah, they would because you were waiting for the bottle episode like every season.
But it like a good writer, I think, does often turns those into like the best shows of like a lot of seasons, which is wild that you'd think it would be like a handicap, but yeah,
it's not. Impressive. It ends up being one of the best. But anyways, let's go ahead and wrap this up. Andre, I know you got to go, so you go ahead and go first. Promote yourself and get out of here.
Yeah, you can find me on the Nicotina Show on YouTube and also on Twitter, Vero, and Instagram. Just put out my tinfoil hat theory about Black Adam, which is just me thinking out loud. So definitely check it out. Only for members, so might want to become a member. Just think about it, maybe. But yeah, that's where you can find me.
Nice. All right, Steven?
Yeah, I am Steven Colbert. You can find me on social media at SM Colbert. You can find my podcast with Andrew Dice at SnyderMinute.com. And you can also find my writing at ScreenRant.com. This week I did Why is DC Still Willing to Release the Flash Movie? And is Ezra Miller's apology enough to save the Flash? Along with some other interesting pieces. But since we were talking about the Flash tonight, I give a little more structured explanation and it's less argumentative, but definitely kind of my presentation of the facts as we know them. So check those out.
Cool. KC.
You can find me at Krypton Cage on all social media, as well as the Real Talk Life. Now it's Scott, and I'm gonna interrupt.
Yeah, I'll turn my mic off.
Child. All All right. You can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast, the DC Squadcast, wherever podcasts can be found. We're on Vero, Facebook, and YouTube with the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com. We're also fan-supported at patreon.com/squadcastmedia. And this Sunday night, be sure to join Dave and me here on this channel for Batman the Fan stream, where we will be discussing the late David Warner's first full episode appearance as Ra's al Ghul in The Demon's Quest Part 1.
Yes. Oh, it's going to be a good episode. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to revisiting it. And yeah, make sure you guys tune into that. Make sure you guys subscribe, like, do everything. Everything's all provided down below. Thank you to the panel. Thank you to everybody who has joined tonight. Thank you to ACS, who is also here. And we will talk to you guys later.